I remember Age of Darkness finishing. And Jonas was like, so Malachi, now that you're done with that one, how about this one? And then he like sent me with the Wake, and I was like, oh, does look good. Guess we're back into it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will be right back quickly.
And then it never stopped.
I wasn't Griffin God's stream back when.
Yeah, that's how.
He was like, hey,
how we got in.
role-playing games, huh? What, have you ever done that? I was like, yeah, I've done that.
I think Jonah, because there was like a call to arms on a video. And, yeah, and then Jonas was like, hi, out of the blue. And then that's how we got into it. And now
Man, you guys are all new.
Yeah.
I didn't think of this often. All you youngsters.
Yeah.
And then you look at it, and Way of the Wicked was years ago.
Gone. Sikolinski's gone. We have
Griffin God's gone.
And Ouija, he disappeared pretty much immediately. Griffin God's off doing other things. So I guess Jake is still around sometimes.
Yeah, Jake's
like one of
around.
the first. It's like he was there.
I miss Jake sometimes.
No, I should bring him into more stuff.
We had a weird drunk War Thunder game session once. It was weird.
Jake is old enough to drink? What the hell?
I know.
They grow up so fast.
That's what Jonas said. He's like, yeah, but it's weird to me, Jonas has said, that when he began playing with Dark, Dark was like 15.
Yeah.
Jonas was like, I shouldn't.
When me and Jonas...
its age difference is too much.
Well, especially because Jake's in America, so...
yeah.
Got to be even older to be able to drink.
I think I've known Jonas for like 7-8 years now.
How the thumbnail you put on, it says session 3 on the title, but the thumbnail says session episode 2.
Yeah, it just doesn't like change from the old one, like the past one.
YouTube.
I mean, we start with a recap of episode 2 anyways,
right?
Yeah, that's how that works.
YouTube chat.
Yeah. Hello.
I think Eri has evaded the recap for an impressively long time.
It's a skill, I suppose.
It is quite a skill.
Eri, the recap skipper.
We could all use a masterclass in it.
I'm back.
Most important thing is the goblins.
When I play Star Wars ERL, my brother always takes excellent notes and does a great recap every session.
Yeah?
Oh.
Yeah, it's like he writes it all down, sorts the list, and it's very impressive.
I've seen Valky's notes.
It makes me feel a lot less about this whole like who does the recap, and he's just like, yeah, I'll do it every session.
Yeah.
I just get too distracted.
I don't know.
Also, you might hear ticking in the background when I talk. That's my fan again. It's that time of year. Sorry.
It's a bomb. So, there.
It's just really crappy ceiling that the ceiling fan is attached to, so it ticks.
Fair enough.
I've got a fan running as well.
It's too hot, alright?
It's warm.
Yeah.
Also, I bought chocolate, which in retrospect was a bad idea.
Yeah, because we don't have American chocolate that's like stabilized for like 50 degrees Celsius.
But European chocolate is so much better.
We've got the best chocolate, but it's melty.
Yeah.
It's real melty. It's great though.
Oh, yeah, worth it though.
Gaming Dog is so hot she is stretched out completely flat.
Oh.
Like back legs well past her like butt. Front legs as far out as they could go.
Yeah, my cat's doing the same thing.
She is a hot chimichanga dog. Also, my god, am I damaged? What the fuck?
Yeah, you took a beating last time.
Oh yeah, that's right. A car drove into me, And so did a bike with a goblin.
And they both exploded.
A goblin's
And the goblin
corpse.
exploded too.
Yeah. A goblin's corpse hit me, and then his
I have not
bike
been
hit me.
I have not been hit yet this campaign. I'm wondering how long I can keep that streak up.
Young whippersnapper, let me tell you about session
the
one.
one thing that got me didn't do any damage.
All right,
Shall we?
let's get started so we don't
Let's-
waste another half an hour of our precious session time.
Precious session time. My God.
Precious session. Wow.
Precious session. You did it. You nailed it the first time. I don't know why you corrected yourself.
I think I wowed mostly because I did nail it.
I believe in you, sheep.
She sells seashells on the seashore.
Yeah.
What else did she do last time? Let's find out.
But yeah, recap. Eric, do you want to?
I mean, we all know.
I really need a soundboard for crickets or something.
Yeah.
Is Eri here?
Ari is in the voice chat. If you're talking, your microphone isn't working.
How about we fix this before?
Yeah, it might be useful to be able to talk.
This is just an elaborate ploy to get out of it again.
Malachi, is she back at yours? For the Wi-Fi?
Eri? Yeah, right now. I mean, ideally, we've got a cord for her at home, but it's not working yet.
Okay.
The router doesn't know exactly how to deal with the fact that there's now a LAN connection to it.
Oh.
So it's gonna need some fiddling with.
So is she at yours then?
She's here.
Her mic's not working.
Can she talk?
Yeah.
In a moment.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright, cool.
Things are just needing to start up
Yeah.
on the laptop.
Alright, then we'll wait.
We just came from my parents, like outhouse garden. We had some grill food.
Oh,
Just
lovely.
But
Yeah, I actually was planning to go to my sister's husband's birthday party, which basically means just sausage from the grill, like socializing for an hour, which I really didn't want to go to because he's sort of an asshole.
Oh.
But I like my sister, so I figured what the hell, I'll go anyways. But then my train was cancelled, so I'm actually very happy about that.
all right.
Congratulations.
A long time ago, I decided not to go to any family things that I don't care about.
Oh, good man. Good
Just
man.
don't like. Why? Why would I ever treat myself to that?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, I got on Discord and now I got kicked out of map tools. So
You have?
now-
The server doesn't think you have.
well, I'm out.
Oh.
What? Someone is already using that player name?
Yeah, because you
Oh,
Yeah,
didn't
because
yeah.
you're still in there.
It still
Just kick
thinks.
her.
Yeah,
Keep me
Okay.
to kicker.
Wow.
You probably disconnect from MapTools at the same time as you disconnect for Discord.
Oh, she's so slower. Yeah.
'Cause of
My
the- yeah.
ping keeps spiking.
Just don't like have anything on in the background or something. Then
No, I'm gonna use my tablet. My sheet.
Okay, someone do a recap while we.
Sorry,
figure
what?
this out.
You need a boot,
kick
Eri.
Eri from MapTools.
Oh, never kicked anyone. How do I do that?
You go
Window
to Window,
connections.
Connections, right-click and boot.
Ah,
I've done it many times.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you guys have that off the bat.
right.
I used to do it when
macro
for
for it.
Forsaken Throne.
Oh
when,
yeah, you're the host Dark's game.
Yeah, when Dark started uni, and I had to host the server, I had to kick many people. That's one of the only reasons I learned.
Happened a lot for We Are the Wicked, where those server files got so big that not even
Everything
real
crashed.
computers could handle it. Yeah.
Yeah. I just remember Dark sending me every week an updated version of the campaign file, and I would have a separate, and still do have a separate folder inside my Forsaken Throne folder that's just Forsaken Throne server, etc. And it's just FT campaign B91 old, B92, B912 old, B913, B914, just over and over again. Oddly, always around midnight as well. Man, that was good times.
All right, Eri, do you want to do the recap?
And you can reconnect to the server.
Also that, yeah.
What? What are you saying? Hey, you know.
What recap? I'm gonna be an adult and get notes.
Are they talking? Oh.
I'll try to mute when you talk so that they don't hear an echo.
I mean,
We're
so
close
far,
enough to actually high five, so.
Oh, you're so close you can high five. Nice.
so far I haven't had an echo, so maybe it's fine.
Yeah. Depending on the gate, it's normally alright. Just so long as you don't talk at the same time, it'll probably be good.
Yeah. Yup. Go for it.
Larry,
Give us a recap, Larry.
What?
Someone do the recap, please. This is.
You know what? I'll do the
I'm
recap.
starting now.
No, you did. I'll do it. Just we'll get over it. Sheep, eat your chocolate, and I'll do the recap. Let's go.
To it.
All right. Last time on Starfinder, the Viatoran Reach, we had planned to head to Endeavor to check it out after not finding the artifact where we're supposed to, and sending back a message to Imres, basically saying, "Hey, it's not here. What do we do?" In the meantime, with the guys in the medic ship that we have, we needed to move out of the drift. The only way to do that is to use the lodestone, which acts as a drift beacon, but not exactly. This kind of basically what lodestone does is it kind of just shunts you in an approximate location nearby. And so when we tried to do so, we ended up getting a bit too close to one of its moons. Unfortunately, it has a bit of a gravitational pull, but seemingly a bit more than usual. And so we were met with our ship on a collision course with the moon, and we tried to stop it, and we almost succeeded, but failed, and subsequently crashed into the moon. Also finding out that there was a distress signal sent from a Vesk ship, the Big Belly Bulwark, who had also crashed prior, had been sending out a distress signal. So, having crashed onto the moon ourselves, we decided to take some time to repair the ship and then set out to find them, since this distress signal could bring some unwarranted attention from elsewhere. Upon finding the ship, we entered. There were some defenses, some weird electronic imps that gave us some trouble, but we found the Vest crew, and while they were a bit understandably paranoid to see us after we explained that we're here to help and to get them out safely, they agreed to come along. Except, well, the thing that happened next is the only thing I can really explain it is that goblins attack on bikes and grenades everywhere. And bikes exploding and crashing into people and smoke everywhere. But we won. They're all dead. And this is where we're left now. And we need to figure out how to get back and help these injured Vesk people and get off this moon. There's your recap. Let's play.
That was indeed a recap. And we'll pick off where we left off after the battle has concluded with what appears to be some of the pirates living on this moon. The uninjured Vesk having loaded their injured on stretchers, carrying them behind you towards your ship, which is parked not that far away, 100, perhaps a little more meters, just off this map, basically. And yeah, as you're sort of walking back to the safety of your ship, presumed safety anyways, the Vesk captain, Forga, as he has introduced himself, will talk to you via comms as he spots your ship, saying, "That is a mighty fine vessel you have there. It doesn't look like it has seen much action yet, apart from the impact on the moon, I assume. Triaxis, is it? Not many vessels have draconic scripts on them, and all that do come from that place. I've heard they pay really, really well. I've tried to get a job there myself, however, couldn't get my foot in the door, so to speak. I heard they pay so well as to make bribing their hirelings more expensive for the opposition. I could live with that.
Out of character, all of our discussions about the unlikeliness of bribing these guys has just gone out of the window.
Yeah.
What? Bribing? Who? I don't know.
Recruiting, yeah.
Yeah.
Thackreel will respond. Say, yeah, I believe our deal with our patrons on Triaxis is a rather lucrative one, really, for everyone involved.
Lucrative and hospital rarely play well together. What is this all going to cost us?
Oh, no, of course not. The aid is free.
There's a notable pause. Free and Triaxis rarely play well together either. What is your mission in these parts, if I may ask, of course?
Oh, of course, yeah. We're here to, well, it's a little complicated, guys. Just we're not like in the aid on this whole AI thing, are we?
Yes. Oh
We
no?
are?
I thought we weren't.
I don't
like,
think we
supposed-
are. I think it's actually great if they get some traction.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
no,
I thought
we
they said
want.
not to tell everyone about it, but maybe I'm mishearing,
Yeah.
misremembering.
Azrael just gives Zachary a look like careful.
Sheep,
You
could
know?
you clarify? Did
It,
dragons say anything about being quiet?
they did sort of imply that it's not your purpose here to advertise their technological advancements. Officially, you're supposed to say that you're investigating that one incident, and the less you say about everything else, the better. Although it's pretty much completely in your discretion, as it were.
All right. Elsa, well, I mean, you know, dragons. They can be different from most others in their motivations.
Can't say I know any personally, only second-hand stories, third-hand, most of them.
Well, a lot of them would be very different, wouldn't they?
That indeed.
Has offered us this ship to go on a. We were looking out for something, but beyond that, we're supposed to give help where we can.
Well, I can find no fault in that. However, I do feel like we owe you something in a sense. And while the only thing we have to give is our current cargo, which is promised to our employer, perhaps we can cut you in on a share of the profits if you help us actually get this stuff to Endeavor.
I'm sure we can work something out, but as my friend here said, consider these services free. If you wish to repay us in some way, then, it would be appreciated but not necessary.
Reparation can be talked about after your people are safe.
Indeed.
You hear like a slight grunt of acknowledgement.
Do you think you can get your ship functioning, or would you want to move the cargo to ours and go to Endeavor with it before returning here?
The ship itself is not in great condition. However, you might not be able to tell from a distance. It has what's the word? Not optional, but it has a secondary bridge. The front section of the ship can be detached, and the ship will fly just fine, just a bit smaller.
Auxiliary.
Auxiliary, that's the word. Thank you. The issue mostly is its position. It is dug pretty straight into the moon, and its engines are not going to lift it. If you could give it a tug, I reckon it would fly again.
Yeah, we could probably tow it.
I mean, I think our ship's bigger than their ship.
Oh, massively. Like 10 times.
Yeah, their ship fits in our hangar.
Oh, that's true, yeah. So we'll just
We can
tug it. Easy.
we can give it a try. Don't see why not.
If there are any repairs to be made, we do also have a salvage that could be put to good use.
You today, us tomorrow.
That's right.
I can't tell if repairs are necessary. I don't know what exactly those green devils did to the ship. They've left most of the cargo alone, as I've seen from a cursory glance. However, they ought to have taken something.
I can certainly take a look.
Let's get your people safe in the hospital and your ship in the atmosphere, or out of the crater at least, and then we'll talk. There may be more of them.
You hear another slight grunt of acknowledgement before you finish the last leg of your not very far at all travel, reaching your ship, which sits where you left it. Although from the tracks in the moon dirt, both wheeled and small-feeted, it does seem as if the goblins had approached it. And looking at one of the doors of the ship, there's a bit of a stain where the hinges are, as it were.
Hmm.
Oh, did it seal itself?
Does it look like blood, or
The stains look like goblin blood.
Oh, wait.
Right.
do we have like anti-personnel weaponry, or whatever that's called?
Not that you're aware of.
We've XK.
Yeah.
We have an AI, state-of-the-art medical technology.
Guys, we need to stop
the way.
leaving our ships alone with no
Stab
crew on
them
them.
with poison injections.
All right, let's check it out.
Yeah, Azrael will draw his pistol as we're.
Was it long enough for me to be able to get my stamina back?
Oh, you can definitely take a short rest.
Good.
Oh,
Hallelujah.
If Lorelei can take the equivalent of 2 short rests, she can heal XK and take a rest herself.
I've got 5 hit points missing. I'll be fine.
I mean, it's per day, so I'm assuming getting off this place might take at least a day, but we'll see. Before we leave, anyway, I'll do it.
Yeah, we'll be careful, at least. All right.
See how much
XK will
you can
lead
do
the charge, I'm sure.
Short rest. Is there macrophys, or do I just...
No, just change. I mean, you could make a macro.
Nah, too lazy. Let's just change
Yeah, it's the one for long rest.
I will just heal.
I might actually make one. I don't know.
And as you page your ship to basically open the door and get let in, you do get a message as the doors open from the ship, apparently, which reads basically this.
Okay, fair enough, AI.
Message received.
Yeah, I can stuff it until we have the means to do so.
Yeah.
So it basically opened the door and then like closed it on goblins. That's what I'm reading there.
Yeah, pretty much.
Good job, AI.
Also, while we're on that subject, this is supposed to be a vessel not meant for war. It's supposed to fly away from combat and help people. How does it not have a flak thrower while running away? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Because
It's
most
gonna need
people
several
don't shoot
upgrades.
the medics.
The dragons leave their ships when they fight, and they grab the missiles themselves and throw them back. They're not used to needing.
Oh, dragon in a space combat. That would be cool.
You know.
Anyway.
Well, let's make sure that the ship is empty of goblins, and then
Add it to the group calendar so we know it's the to-do list.
yeah, chore
Put
list.
the AI on the calendar.
Just damaging myself to test my new sweet macro.
Punching yourself in the face.
Yeah, it worked.
Oh, does it
Nice.
include like your damage resistance stuff?
No.
No, just a short rest.
It's just a short rest. All it does is stamina equals max stamina. Resolve
Do be
equals
aware
resolve
that
minus 1.
recovering your stamina costs a resolve point. You might not always want to recover all your stamina during a short rest. For example, if you want to save a resolve point to recover from being downed in combat.
That's fine.
Who's gonna get downed?
I've got Die Hard. It's
Yeah.
fine.
You could also put like res equals res minus 1.
That's what I did.
So we lost Eri.
Apparently.
Okay, that's
Yeah, that's crabbing out again.
Oh,
Oh, it's so bad, no matter where she goes.
It's got to be better once we get that cable fixed.
what's the underlying issue? It's just
Hmm?
what's the underlying
It's
issue?
just that map tools and Discord is a lot for it to handle, I think.
Ah, I see.
For 2 people. Oh, she's back. Hello.
Oh,
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh,
Yes.
Just fine.
we can hear you.
Okay.
hi.
Hello, Haya. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Shall we get those
Yeah, get moving. People are dying here. Let's chop. Hurry. Get in
Yeah.
the ship.
change
Let's-
those
Shame.
desks into the like the humiliating hospital garb.
Or the ones where you can always see the butt.
Yeah. With the like green dots all over them or red dots or something.
Little dragon faces.
the dragon
Just
heads.
Tiny little dragon heads if you look close enough.
That's pretty good.
I don't think they're going to be staying here for that long. Like,
Well, some of them are pretty heavily injured. It's gonna take a bit to heal them.
Yep.
I suppose that would be a thing to address first. Getting these people into the medical area. Like what
does the AI just handle it, or do we need to?
You don't really need to do anything there. That's exactly what the AI is made for. There's a bunch of robotic arms and other automated devices. The beds are pretty much like the AI can rotate them, has a bunch of things to help people enter and leave the beds. You pretty much just have to send the Vesk in that direction and everything else is handled.
Okay.
Not sure I
Feels
quite
kinda
trust them.
ominous.
I think
alone.
I think
just
Loretta would
enter
like to,
this room, Mr. Vesk.
Loretta would like to
Enter the room
supervise
and everything will be
anyway.
fine.
Yeah, I
These are
can
not
escort
hardest
them.
organs.
More out of a vested interest about how it actually works. She would like to have a look and see it in progress.
How much?
Sure. It
as-
happens as you would expect a normal hospital to happen. First, the AI via voice exclamations directs everyone to what seems to be a sort of a surgical room with two different metal beds with a bunch of machinery and devices around them. If you are trained in medicine, you would recognize that these are mostly diagnostic, with the actual surgical equipment that definitely also exists in this med bay stowed in the probably in the ceiling, and it's just a whole bunch of scanners. It's a quick affair since there's no real mysterious illnesses or anything that would be difficult to discern. It's mostly broken bones and fractures and concussions and things like that. Easy to diagnose, especially in space, like in sci-fi space. So that takes a few minutes, and afterwards they are just sent into a different room where there's more comfortable-looking beds, 5 each. 2 rooms with 5 of those beds each.
As Lorelia is going to accompany the Besk and the medical equipment, Azrael kind of gets her attention and sort of motions for her to come have a quick little chat with him.
Mm-hmm. She obliges.
He says, Lorelia, are you capable of extracting information in a similar way that you're able to impart it to me earlier?
She tilts her head and says, "No, unfortunately not. That is not something that I can do. It would require a closeness that, well, a stranger could not afford me."
Well, Zachariel is undoubtedly going to want to speak with Fergar further, and I trust him, but if it's possible at all to get a hold of their logs or sort of records of where they've been and compare the information we get from it to their words, it could help us assess what they're open about, what they're not so forward with, and assess their honesty. If there's an opportunity to get a hold of one of their comms, well, I'll say they're changed or asleep. Don't risk yourself. But if you see an opportunity, I would appreciate it.
I'll certainly do that. It might be difficult, but I will look out for any opportunity I can take.
He sort of puts a hand on her shoulder and says, I trust you. I'll leave it with you.
She just nods back and sachets herself away.
Azrael will then walk in whatever direction Zachariel has catch up.
I think Zachariel's going to go get some water. Like, this has all been fine. Already fighting. He's thirsty. Gonna go hydrate and breathe out a little bit. Look at the logs. See how the patients are doing. That sort of thing. Maybe check up on the navigation to get to Endeavor, or I guess they would call it like Vesk something or other.
23.
He probably has like sticky notes on his little comms computer that says like Endeavor equals Vesk this.
Yeah.
So that he can like say the right word to them.
You know, that's not a bad idea, actually. Gonna get a snipping tool shot of it, so I can remember.
Yeah.
Right,
so that he can probably address it. Because if you say Endeavor, you immediately give away your like. Well, again, I guess it's pretty obvious we're from here, but this has been going on for 30 years. Like, most people from here now probably call them Vesk, whatever.
It indicates our, subservient culture. It seems a bit more rebellious to use its former name.
He does not like the subservient culture, but that's what happens. That's to happen.
While we're building up our forces, we're going to have to stay on radar.
Take care of it. Look around. If anyone comes up to talk to him, then he'll certainly talk to them.
Well, Azrael catches up with you, but nothing of importance. Suppose we should talk to Fergar or try and retrieve this ship of theirs. Now that he'll report to Zachariel that everyone is safe, that the patients are being looked after by Lorelia.
Yeah, the computer probably says the same thing.
Seem to be stable. Well then, let's try and get a hold of this ship. See if we can rescue it.
Yeah, I mean, this all seems like the up and up. He will also check up on how to do this this like maneuver to drag them out.
Hmm.
Because it seems like we can do that while these people are in the hospital. That should be fine.
Yeah.
She will open comms to Fergar. Or at least try to.
Sure, you can reach him. As long as he has his armor on, which he never takes off because he's a Vesk, you can reach him.
All right, Fergar. We're going to go and try to yank you out of the dust. Are you ready for such a maneuver, or do we need more time?
It should be okay. We will need to have people on our actual ship to control the thrusters. The main problem will be having cables strong enough to pull the ship. Luckily, cables like that are in fact among our cargo.
Good.
Seems like we should begin carrying a couple extras.
If you expect to have to tow other ships more frequently, then
I don't know. As far as I've heard, things been happening out here.
oh, they always are.
You gone this way often?
We do tend to stick to the fringe systems of the Vescarium as there's usually a lot of activity. New rulers means lots of ambitious projects which need, well, supplies. Building supplies mostly is what we specialize in, as pirates tend to not be interested in those too often.
Hmm. We were
So you-
warned of pirates when we approached S-26.
They're your runners professionally?
We make a living.
Well, we'll have to exchange comm numbers. Good job.
Though this system hasn't seen much official Vescarium activity, there aren't any huge projects going on there. Our employer on Endeavor, I don't believe, is actually associated with the local rulership.
What are they building there?
I
As
didn't
I've heard,
ask.
the planet is just all right.
I didn't ask, but from the looks of the things they've ordered specifically, high-grade building materials, presumably to build something or repair something. Perhaps it is even a salvage mission. As I've said, cables capable of towing spaceships are among our cargo. Adamantine alloy, expensive stuff.
That does sound expensive.
It's part of the reason why this trip will pay a decent amount. Enough credits to lay low for a while and enjoy life.
Looks like the ship will need some repairs too. No, that stuff can be expensive from experience. Well, I suppose we'll hang out a little bit, wait for your crew to be up. It shouldn't take too long. Then we can bring you back on. Or back up. You good down there?
You hear a grunt.
Where is Fergar specifically? Is he with his people?
On his own ship.
On his ship.
Oh, okay.
Trying to
Like
get them going.
monitoring things and setting things up.
Mm-hmm.
Checking what was stolen of him.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just nurse the people back to health. I mean, it takes like a couple hours, or like what's the? Because once they're sort of fixed up, they can sort of go back. Like, if it's broken bones and such, like we could have them in a hospital bed for several like days or weeks. But that seems excessive. It doesn't what that's not what they want.
We can continue to do long-term care en route. We don't have to get nurse.
They probably have that. You probably get like a sheet with recommendations for how they should be treated.
Yeah.
The rest are pretty
mean-
hardy creatures.
And as it turns out, sci-fi medicine is actually pretty damn good, and your ship is very well equipped. In terms of general first aid supplies, it's stocked from spray flash to healing serums to everything. So the Vesk can pretty much be functional almost immediately, however, not fully healed. They would benefit from long-term care, but they wouldn't require it to just walk around and
All right,
do
cool.
things.
So we'll get them up, get the ship out, and then they can have long-term care.
On the way to Endeavor, we can administer that. Sure.
Also, mechanically speaking, because it might be relevant for you guys at some point, the ship, the AI, as it were, has a medicine check plus 15.
Oh wow!
It's good at what it does.
Mhm.
In the meantime, did we did we establish that their engines aren't working on their ship, right?
Furga, being down there and sort of assessing the situation, will report to you that the pirates didn't really touch much of the supplies. However, they did take apart a lot of the systems of the ship, it appears like, and also, well, some of the terminals exploded and the energy core went a bit haywire. Nothing that can't easily be fixed, given supplies to do it,
Well,
which you do have on board.
Yeah, if he can give me a list of what he needs, we could take scrap, the thing that's already in our hangar. And if there's anything that's still functional on that ship that's missing on his ship, I don't see why we wouldn't just hand it over.
Yeah, your ship is big to the point where having enough supplies to fix minor things missing on a medium-sized ship can be thoroughly hand-waved.
Okay.
Our ship's like 1 kilometer long or something like that.
Yeah.
So we've got more ship than this for our engines.
Get rid of, basically find uses for the one that's currently taking up space in our hangar. Because if we just clear that one out, we could put theirs in our hangar and fix it up on the way.
He's probably got insurance for losing the back end.
Also, loading a ship that is currently
dead in the water,
pretty much inoperable, into the hangar without repairing it first would be nigh impossible.
It's like trying to get a ship that's sinking into dry dock.
Yes.
No, I didn't. Yeah, no, but my point was that we would have to clear it first.
Nah, it'll be fine. It was his idea to jettison the auxiliary stuff, so.
Yeah, the front of the ship is just completely caved in.
Yeah, he's
there
clearly
isn't
not
much
that
to be
bothered.
repaired there.
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, so what do we need to do to get this thing up and running? Let's just do that.
Well, we just got to get it out, and then he can pop.
In terms of skill checks and such, not much. You aren't really under time pressure-ish, unless the pirates show up again. If you want to hurry up and do it pretty much as quickly as possible, we can turn it into a skill challenge. But if you just want to do it in reasonable time, that's pretty much an auto success.
Yeah.
Considering how our skill challenge went last time, I would like to spend a bit more time. Yeah,
we got time.
It's basically taking 20. So if something bad were to happen, it's gonna happen.
It's literally gonna take us days to get to Endeavor, so a few extra hours isn't gonna be torture.
Well, it's take more time, auto success, but we have to deal with something now.
If there's something.
If something were to happen, if the pirates were still watching you or things like that, they would get an opportunity.
I feel like we can deal with them if they are there.
Yeah, sure.
I feel like we shouldn't rush it.
Yeah.
Oh no, we certainly shouldn't rush it.
More risk.
No.
Let's do this job as well as we can.
Yeah.
We have a big, huge ass ship. What are the goblins gonna do? We could shoot them and blow everything. No, we can't. But
it's incredibly difficult to do.
Nuclear deterrent. We have
let's get out of here.
Let's just do it.
We take our time sheet and we use the recently healed Vesk for extra manpower, and just take our time and do it methodically.
Furga does comment that there must be a base of some sort on this moon. Otherwise, where did the goblins come from, and where did they take the various ignition coils and minor scrap, really.
We can
Usually,
nuke it on the way out.
the more valuable scrap, as it were, valuable and easy to carry, is what they basically took.
Yeah.
They have to have brought that somewhere, but in the few hours that it takes to fix all the stupid stuff the goblins did, nobody really comes to bother you.
Good.
Unless we think there may be some hostages at whatever base they have. I don't shoot it, guy. Blow them all up.
Yeah, just get out in orbit, nuke them from there,
Nuke
find
them
their
from
base.
above. Yeah. No
So I was
problem.
pretty sure that if you could just find the base and shoot it, the local Vescarian troops would have already done that.
Yeah, they're probably in some cave system.
Or
Knowing
just like some
goblins.
invisible tech or something. Who knows? I
Ah,
mean, they seem to have made some tech to increase the gravitational pull of the moon itself. So,
That's true.
surprise.
I mean, that could be the
Probably
Vest's
underground.
research thing.
I think that was coming from the moon itself, though.
They
when
could
I
just test.
scanned it.
They could be
No,
testing it on moons.
the research station was on the actual lodestone, and we're on one of lodestone's moons.
Yeah, doesn't mean they wouldn't test it something anywhere else.
That's true.
If I was certainly in charge, I wouldn't want to risk lodestone by fucking with its gravity. But one of
True.
its moons, yeah.
But in that case, the goblins have definitely got their hands on it and are fiddling with it. So.
Probably
How many missiles would it take to
a lot.
blow up a moon.
Uh-huh.
Too many.
Yeah, we can do a scan, see what we turn up. But I think
Presumably nothing.
our priority was Endeavor, right? That's what we eventually landed on.
Yeah.
Get these guys back there.
Yeah.
Or to there. I
Goblins
suppose.
crashing some Vesk ships is maybe not the worst thing. So
We can deal with it when we come back here with an actual purpose to do so. But
Yeah.
Yeah, repairing the actual ship isn't that big of an issue. Towing it out of its crash position is a bit more involved. I will need a piloting check for that.
Oh, we've got
It is a-
Manikai for that.
It is a maneuver that could potentially once again bump you into the moon, doing a bit of damage. As the the ship isn't exactly designed for maneuvers like that at all.
if Zekriel or someone to do the piloting check, the sheep, would it be able to use the encourage captain action on that check?
Sure, why not?
Cool.
Real
I get skill expertise on diplomacy, so I'm going to use diplomacy. No miss bonus. I get envoy dice. I don't think anything else applies. 22.
So I get a +2 or
Yeah, +2. Next level, that'll
Okay,
become
we're
+4.
looking at a DC 16. Yeah, no
Easy.
issue.
there we go. It's
after the
done.
first time, you learned how to do it properly.
You know, it's difficult still. But
You know, experience matters.
Without really feeling any resistance whatsoever from the comparatively tiny Vesk ship, you do manage to pull it out of the crater. The massive cables holding without issue. Repaired engines spinning up, and thanks to the low gravity, taking off into orbit goes without incident, really. The Vesk ship certainly does look beat up. Its front is entirely missing. There's even some hull breaches where you can pretty much look into the actual ship. However, thanks to the magic of force fields, that is something that can be repaired later. Certainly still functional, although it has seen better days. Ferger once again sends you a quick message thanking you for your assistance. And we'll ask you once again whether, do you want to tag along to Endeavor? If you help him delivering the shipment, either through just sheer presence or tagging along otherwise, he'll cut you in the profits. It seems only fair.
I mean, that's our way in.
Yeah.
Let's do
Endeavor,
it.
slight off cost, but well, you said it was a good shipment, so let's do it.
It is noteworthy that he does in fact call the planet Endeavor.
I was just about to ask you that.
He calls the planet
It's
Endeavor.
interesting.
Oh,
More packed
he's not
worlds.
oppressing us.
than-
If you filthy degenerates want to continue to Vesk 3, I mean,
23.
I do not want to go to Vesk 3. No, thank you.
No. 23, sure.
let's. Yeah, no, I think we do it. But
Yeah.
there's a reason not to. Get paid for doing good deed.
Mhm. And we're going to need Vesk contacts. Like, we need to start building friendships with people who can blend in.
To make a good impression so we can slip in there undetected.
Yes.
All right. Put his ship on the world map, because why not? It's not really a world map, it's more a space map.
The space map.
Oh, shit. Because of Lodestone, do we have to travel through normal space to get to Vesk 23 Endeavor
yeah.
safely? Or
Even if it weren't for Lodestone, drift travel wouldn't really help you here. The drift beacons are so sparse that precisely doing drift travel closer to the planet, it's not really going to work.
okay.
And you mostly do interplanetary jumps in the packed worlds
Kind
as
of
well.
nice. Yeah. Kind of nice just traveling through normal space for once.
Instead
I
of
can look out the
purple
window
mist, it's stars.
and see our home sun. In the distance on the computers, I can see all the planets of our home.
Although, if we do see the asteroid field that used to be a planet, Azrael would definitely get very sad.
Yeah.
I think we're too young to know.
Yeah, you're pretty young.
Yeah, there should have been another planet, but no more.
Vesk, it destroyed a whole planet. Killed everyone there.
No, they blew themselves up.
Yeah, they killed everyone there.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, come on. They did it.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for them, still be there.
That's also one of like the local inhabitants of that planet were like, nope, you don't get to live here.
Still the Vesk's fault.
It is still ultimately the Vesk's fault. Yeah. It's also where the Sancta Martyr disappeared.
All right.
Travel to Vesk 23, aka Endeavor, will take a couple days, pretty much a week or so. Travel through normal space is not that fast, as it turns out. Plenty of time, however, for Forgus people to recover and be well on their feet again, thanks to a very well-equipped hospital suite that is the entire purpose of your ship. And it's certainly proving itself. It is, however, as commented earlier, a eerie sight to behold, to see a mini hospital act by itself without, the friendly nurse, the friendly doctor asking questions. It's just this disembodied voice coming from speakers, asking the same questions, however, with a certain lack of really humanity behind it. But it still gets results done. That is unquestionable.
You know, I've seen enough Final Destination to not trust automated machines, so I'm still wary
It's
that
a good thing we're testing them.
Yeah, that's why we're testing it. Someone's gonna get stabbed in a place where they shouldn't be getting stabbed.
It's true.
The Vesk certainly don't complain. The trip is, as I said, going to take about a week. There's no real point to track the days exactly. And during that week, you do get a message which apparently originated from Draxus. as a response, presumably to what you sent them.
Nice.
Wonderful. I saw Valky's message and thought that for a second that it was the message from Imras. Just feel free to heal up.
Sorry.
Just breaking the fourth wall.
Hey, she's that woke, okay, with her social media.
Heal up, bitch.
Heal up, bitch. I've had a tweet here that you're hurting, so maybe use the facilities we give you.
Yeah.
All right. Play the message.
1 second, I wanted to just summarize it, but I think it's neater if I just write it down. So give me 1 minute. Also, Manica isn't here, so might as well wait.
Oh.
Oh, yes, I see.
Oh, yeah. So,
Yeah.
Oh. There should be like an old asteroid belt like here.
Why now? What?
Hmm?
What? You
I
said
just
here?
realized that this was the old artwork that didn't have the
Yeah.
Poor Petronor.
Waiting for me?
Yeah.
Was,
What's
but
happening?
it's all good. Sheep's writing down.
Everything was quiet.
Yeah.
Sheep's writing down what message we got.
Imras's message.
I'm sure you can.
The message is this.
My contribution for today.
Oh, there's an L missing. It's the spectral profile.
Attached to this message is a spectral
That's
profile
embarrassing for the dragon.
item. It will be loaded into your ship's
Slang.
Should another similar item emanate an energy pulse, your ship sensor you are requested to retrieve it as soon as you are able. To summarize, if a different item of the same type appears, it is your task to retrieve it. The potential retrieval of the item the other group attempted to retrieve has been delegated to another agent who will contact you eventually. Sweet.
That's fair. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So basically, if our computer says, "Hey, that's the thing,"
We go
then
get
we
the
act.
thing.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Let's
we
put
don't care.
the energy signature of the ship that docked onto the other ship on that as well.
Sure.
These poor like
Oh, did that anyway.
truckers, just being so suspicious of them.
Because even if that way, even if they don't have the battery anymore, if we happen to come across them, can at least get a lead.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's gonna take several days to go to Endeavor. The other ship probably flies like around us. We're probably like escorting them, basically.
Yeah, tiny convoy.
So what's each character going to be doing during this like travel? We're in our system. We can look out the windows and see our home. It's been years. Sacriel is excited about that.
Mm-hmm.
He stands there before we have like a big window, and he stands there with his cloak, looking out. Contemplating the beauty of it all.
Loredia would like to, well, might seem a bit weird, but she would like to meditate a bit and focus a bit on her connection, because there's a reason why she's here. And Sheep, I'm going to ask you, now that we're in the system, can she feel any adverse effects on her ability to access her connection powers now that she's in proximity to Lisa.
Adverse effects that directly impact her, no. But there's a bit of lingering weirdness, maybe?
Yeah, something
Like
off.
you bite into a piece of bread and it tastes all moldy.
Mm-hmm.
It's not an aggressive thing that seems to be devouring it or anything, but there's definitely something she can most definitely feel.
Hmm. That is a little bit worrying for her.
So many things to deal with.
Perhaps it can be described as an incessant static on the radio signal that is the archive.
Ooh, that's gonna annoy her. That's a nice way of putting it, though.
Yeah. Asriel spends a lot of time in the war room, seeing the system and how different it is, and the absence of the planet that should be there, and Vesk ships everywhere. Presumably, we see some on our route. It gets to him a little bit.
You don't spot any visually coming to check you, but your senses do definitely pick up a few. Now that you're in the system, you can definitely detect the ship hovering over Detritus Vest 25, and that's the kind of ship that you shouldn't mess with. Basically, it is a Vesk dreadnought. It is not a ship. It is a ship that would blow you away in seconds. That's the kind of ship it is. And of course, mostly due to the fact that there's quite a few of them, the ships hovering around what you were told is one of the shipyards of House Darhak.
Mm-hmm.
Oddly enough, however, you don't really see any large vessels around Acer. Or Endeavor, for that matter.
Interesting. I suppose Acer is only habitable in the cities. And Endeavor's barely habitable at this point.
Mm-hmm. I feel so bad flying past Detritus and not trying to extract the resistance fighters.
Mm.
But
yeah. Well,
this is why we need more ships, more people. We need to. We can't be everywhere at once.
Yeah, I think Kia is actually maybe to Sacriel's surprise, staying in his room quarters, not really going out. This whole thing with the Vesk has gotten to him, and well, you know, yeah. So he'll probably be meditating there, and yeah, unless people come, since he doesn't have to consume food or anything, he'll probably just stay there the whole time.
XK will probably
Unless he orders somewhere else.
XK will probably come to yeah, while everybody's sat down to eat, and we'll suggest sparring. Go to a cargo hold and spar a bit.
We can set up a little spar room for me. They had one on the other ship. We could just take all the stuff.
Yeah, or even just go into the ship and use it.
dojo.
Yeah, get a little dojo.
But he can recognize that something is bothering Yarn. We want to
Yeah.
distract him.
Yeah, I think he will refuse at first. But then nod and be like, yeah, maybe. Yeah. Thank you, XK. That's very yeah, thank you. Nod along. Not really as enthusiastic as usually, maybe.
Yeah, he'll notice obviously, but he won't bring attention to it. He'll act as normal and will duel quite happily. And as enthusiastically as he normally does.
I will say once the fighting, if it gets more intense, the more intense it gets, the more normal he seems. Seems to be more, because he can't focus on anything else then. So.
Yeah.
But as soon as they stop, he'll go back brooding to his room.
We got a good hour of sparring. Well,
XK does
everybody
not get tired.
Yeah.
Just have to restart occasionally.
Clear
Shut
some
down.
memory logs.
Yeah, pretty much. Just got to shut down for a little bit and clear some RAM usage.
So what I'm hearing basically is everyone's kind of not hanging out. So I think probably Sacriel, if the other Vesk are interested, like on the other ship, he'll play by post, like chess with them, sending back and forth moves while doing whatever he's doing.
Sure, you could probably find a game that you both sort of know, or explain to each other a game.
Maybe like a big board game,
Can
send it back and forth too over the couple of days.
I would like to try and get a better sense of Fergar's personality. Is that a thing we can do over a long period of time?
I think so. You could give me a sense motive.
Well, Manikai, is this something that you feel that Zacriel would be doing? Trying to get to know him.
I think he would just sort of not he's not trying to get to learn anything about the guy. He's just talking to him because he's a little bored. So it's hey, Fergar, what do Vesk usually do on travel? And then into yeah, do you want to do a game of something?
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. So I guess this is more an Azrael thing. In that case, yeah, I'll just do it myself.
And Manika, you can give me a diplomacy check.
A diplomacy, yeah?
Yeah.
I can do that. Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah, you certainly have fun playing your games, but
29.
29. As far as you can tell, this guy definitely is what he says he is. He is a merchant with quite some business acumen, taking deals that don't maybe not seem immediately profitable. Like building supplies isn't exactly something that you would think is actually something very valuable. However, even through his quiet demeanor, you can tell that he's quite cunning. You would also think that he's a bit hesitant to actually talk about his cargo much, a fact that Azrael can eventually connect to the fact that he is transporting things that can be used to build spaceships, which the Veskarium has rather heavily regulated. So maybe it's not entirely above board what he's shipping, despite the things he's shipping actually being, mundane seeming to outsiders.
He's a rebel.
And he said Endeavor. Are the Gorans building a spaceship? Is that what this is?
Does he seem patriotic as I continue to chat with him and maybe probe a little bit?
Patriotic?
Is he a patriotic fella?
That's a difficult question.
Does he stand up and cry?
No, not in that sense. He doesn't say that what he's doing is for the glory of the Veskarium or anything. He's pretty straightforward about the fact that he's in it to earn a living, and he does for him and his crew.
The more I learn about this guy, the more I like him.
On the other hand, he does not outright say that, down with the Down
No,
with
of
the
course.
Vescarium, certainly not.
Neither do we. I feel like does it kind of seem like with a 29? Does it seem like one of those situations as we're talking back and forth where it's like no one wants to be the first one to say it, like with that dude in the last campaign?
The elephant in the room.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
this guy seems thoroughly non-political.
With a 29, you would actually think that he's rather happy with how the Vescarium operates in general. There's a lot of profit to be made from newly conquered territory.
Right. Okay.
But that would also go if
Profit
we
could-
conquered the Viscarium.
Exactly. Could be even. So, all right. This is some interesting things to learn and
I think one of the
So to
days. Sorry.
share his insight with Zachro.
Yeah, Zacril is like, yeah, he seems like a genuine guy. Like, one of the people in the Viscarium. That's the reason that we shouldn't judge all Vesk as being one. This guy,
Mhm.
Fergor is not. He's not off the Viscarium in that he supports it. He's
He's an
off it
opportunist.
he's always been in it.
Yeah.
Never tried anything. Perhaps if he was given a chance to try something else, he might grow up to the chance. Stand for what's right.
I do believe him to be an opportunist if there's incentives of a better life we can offer for him or more profitability. Then
Can we truly blame him?
No. I think he's definitely someone to keep his contact close by.
It's just, I think in meeting us and speaking to us, and well, I mean, I think we're both learning about each other. I think that's important in the future we're building.
Mhm.
If we succeed, when we succeed, there will be Vesk here who've lived under nothing else but the Vescarium. I do not intend to banish them. I intend to work with them to find them a place in our society. I'm sure, as brutal as they are, there might be something we can learn from them, just as they have much to learn from us.
Well, you've got to think that after all this time that some of them have been born here and perhaps don't have another home. I wouldn't want to kick them out either. That being said, we sooner or later we are going to have to draw a line in the sand. And
I think once that time comes, he sort of puts an arm on Sacred. It'll be very obvious.
I hope so.
She gives him like a smile, like a reassuring smile. He believes that indeed the line will be easy to see, and this will not be a problem. I have to go to speak to here about something.
Very well. I'll
speak to here.
I can stay on the bridge while you do what you have to do.
Sort of nods a little glumly. Yeah. Quite. As we like cut to a scene of him coming into Here's room, closing the door behind him. Looking to Here, like looking around for cameras and the like. Looking into Here. Here, I need your help with something.
Yes, my liege.
Whenever we've gone somewhere, I've always tried to get XK something, and I really just don't know enough about Endeavor to really know what kind of thing I would get him when we get there. I'm sure we'd expect something. He collects things, and I thought maybe you would know, or something about what kind of, if the Gorons like make crafts and such.
You see, like, here's hands tighten. I don't have a lot of happy memories from that place. You understand?
He nods, frowning slightly.
I was only left with, particles. One is of the dream that was, and is no more. And, everything else is what the Vesk took from us. I don't know what there's left to give, but I'm guessing not much.
Hmm. We'll restore what's lost. You have my word on that. Don't you worry. They won't stop us. They can't. Our course is just.
Yes, my liege.
Just when we're there and if you see something, try to keep an eye out, okay? You all right?
I will go wherever you take me, my liege. And I will do as you command.
It doesn't have to be that way. I mean, you. Is it about Forgar?
My liege?
You've been staying here mostly by yourself, as far as I can see.
Yes, my liege. You have not sent command to me, as far as I know. Terribly sorry if I have neglected my duty.
No, you haven't. You just. What? You're just waiting here. He just sort of nods, feeling like he sort of intruded in some way. I'll see you around. Yeah? Make sure you're okay.
Yes, my liege. You can send command to me anytime. You know that.
Of course. Of course. I know I can trust you.
Yes.
So, like, leave the room.
As he says yes, he looks a little sad. Like,
Yeah. Zekro thinks that if he finds, like, some sort of soft toy, maybe he'll get both of them. Maybe that'll make it better. Then we'll turn to the bridge. It's his move.
Perhaps some memento of our achievements will mean far more than a small trinket.
He wants to do this. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
He, you know, he's known him his XK's whole life, and he enjoys the company. Back in a time when Asriel wasn't there, and Lorelia wasn't there, and Hia's past self was very stern and teacher-like. He didn't have a lot of people to be sort of on the level with, but XK,
Yeah.
Could hang out with.
When your father put that package on my ship, I had no idea that he was sending with us a loyal friend.
Don't know that he did either. I wonder what happened to him. He looks at the window.
Only one way to find out.
Yeah. I suppose there is. I suppose it doesn't really matter now.
You should go rest. We're going to have a big day once we get to Endeavor. I can take care of the menial duties. I don't sleep much anyway.
Well, you always liked your duty. Thanks, Gail. I'll go lay down a bit. It's gonna be a long day.
It sure is. West well.
Thanks, you too. Leave the bridge.
Sits down in the chair.
Some rest.
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun.
What was it you wanted to ask me, Loki?
So, is there any point in time when the Vesk are, like before they return to their own ship onto the convoy, already had a chance to get to the lockers without them actually being in the room, or did they always have it with them? Like,
The lockers are pretty much next to the beds of the patient room.
right.
You might be able to sneak in there while they are sleeping,
Mm,
but they won't ever be unattended.
right. That is something that Lorelia is not good at, and considering we have a good relationship with the Vesk, I'd rather not risk that.
No.
Because she's a good chance failing. So never mind that. Lorelia will basically, while they're flying, give Azrael the bad news and say that there really wasn't a good opportunity that she could take without having a negative effect on the relations with the Vesk.
He takes us in, nods at her, and says, "You made the right call, Aurelia."
She nods.
I feel there is perhaps more to these people than they're letting on. Things that we could use in our cause. Damaging that relationship would have been, I feel, lose a lot more potential than we would gain. So
Yes, and considering they are allowing us to come with them and sharing their exploits, we will find more about what they're doing when we arrive, I'm sure.
it was worth the try if the opportunity presented itself.
She nods. It was a good idea. Don't worry about that.
Well then, should be arriving soon. Hopefully. You're welcome to stay up here if you want, or if you need to rest.
Well, I am done with my meditations for the day. I don't see why not. I can hang out, as the word seems to be nowadays.
Is that what they're calling it? All right.
I'm with many times, and this one seems to be just a multitude of them. I get confused.
May I ask you, before I left for Triaxis, I do believe you contacted Zachriel about this cause. I'd forgotten about it until a little while after we recontacted you. May I ask why you're invested in
Of
this
course.
cause?
Well, if I'm going to explain that, then first I would ask you a question. Have
By
you
all
ever
means.
heard or perhaps believe in the, well, some people call it a myth, but really the Akashic record, so to speak?
Well, let's take let's see if he has.
I would like to talk to you about the Akashic record.
Her
What
eyes
would
light
that
up.
be? I guess would that be like a mysticism? Probably. Yeah, I'm gonna say mysticism. That's it.
Seems most appropriate.
Yeah. Don't have anything listed. 17. Does Azrael know anything about the Akashic record, or is it a complete mystery?
Maybe you've heard the name.
I feel like a long time ago on during my service. The name rings a bell, but I don't really know much about it.
She smiles and then lets out a small giggle as she says, "Yes, well, you seem to know better than most, even just the name. I'll make it brief. I have been born or blessed, however those other scholars would call it, a connection to this record. It is, in other words, a massive sea of information that you can dive into. It's a library, so to speak, that Whatever you wish, you can pull out, if you have enough skill, of course. Not many people could attest to doing such a thing, and it so happens that, on Asa itself, there is a confluence, or a place where it's easier to access it than usual. It is mainly the reason why, I can't really remember much, but I feel this is most definitely the reason why I stayed in the system for as long as I have. And with the vest taking this over, how about let me just show you why instead of telling you, as she extends out her hand to Azriel.
Asriel sort of blinks as she's telling him this, but you can tell he's extremely curious, and he'll reach out to form the connection.
All right, similar to what happened before. In almost an instant, Azriel gets a flash of images that he instantly understands. But the first
Anime sequence,
one,
go.
yeah, the first one is an image starting with Lorelia learning of a threat in the system of the former empire, something threatening the Akashic record and her connection to mysticism itself. Very troubling, of course. She decides to, try to petition the Vest to do so. The images switch to her quickly and frantically arguing with a Vesk ambassador, requesting for aid, but being shot down again and again and again. The Vest focus on the swarm more of a priority in their eyes compared to the manic arguing of this crazy lady in front of them. You can feel almost her desperation, and you can see in another image she attempts to delve into the record herself further than she's ever gone before to see what could be happening. The next thing Azrael sees is just black. Blotches of light, of memories floating about, but not really knitting together into a proper image. A representation of what happened to her. Her memories taken, scattered, broken, and she herself left on her ship, collapsed. It took her a very long time to recover, but when she had, she knew that whatever happened on Asa, she needed to fix it. It wouldn't threaten just the system, but the Pact Worlds too. And as the last image of Lorelia basically calming Zachariel passes through, she lets go.
She snaps back to reality after having gone through this whole journey of Aurelia's backstory episode.
And so,
panting a little bit,
she says, disorientating, I'm sure, but that is the entire reason why I'm here.
You're a fraction of what you used to be?
In a sense, I know some things. I know that I am old, but not how old.
This record, it's not just data.
It's, everything. Everything thought, everything done, everything you could ever accomplish has been recorded. The past, present, and sometimes, if you can reach far enough, the future.
Which, if you had access to this again, you would be able to recover things known by creatures that were never typed or written?
Yes, but you may see why this is not common knowledge.
No. The power this would provide someone who had ill intent.
And even those with good intent, but, their actions may not seem so. It is wise that any information that you know now, you do not tell anyone else. It is a trust I have placed upon you.
I will keep this to myself, but thank you for sharing this.
She bows, her robe billowing a bit as her arms move, as she says, "Well, my memory is limited, and what I have shown you, I know is only a sliver of my life, but it is all I can remember for now. Perhaps in time I will find out more."
Do you believe if... Well, first of all, before he says that, you can see that Asriel's face kind of clearly looks like he doesn't know what he did to earn your trust, but is sort of just, humbled by it. And then he sort of transitions into, do you believe that if you physically approach this nexus point that you might be able to recover some of what you lost?
That would seem to be my hypothesis, yes, but I do not know, or at least I do not remember if such a thing has ever been attempted before.
And the nexus is on Asa. And where?
Yes. That much is very, very sure. Although the Vest may not know what it is yet, but
Oh,
they surely know that it is something to protect. We must be careful not to reveal our intentions for it.
I would highly doubt that they know what it is that they've claimed. If they did, what they would do with it. Sort of shudders. I'm driven. I'm motivated to help you get where you need to go. But I must confess, it's not just entirely for selfless reasons. If I were to help you gain access to the Akashic record, would you be able to search for something for me?
She smiles and says, "Well, I do remember that in my merchant days, prior to this excursion, I used to sell such information to your empire. I'm sure I could do so again. Of course, cost is something that could be waived if we manage to secure the place."
Naturally. Well, I alluded earlier that I used to serve on Asa's main. I suppose it served as a defense station, but more an area where crafts could dock, make repairs, a sort of floating, traveling symbol of unity. But I believe now that it could be one of the best places we could unite behind. But it vanished, you see. I was given a task. It was what led me to Zachriel and his father. But after I left the station, after I left Saint and Martyr, it disappeared behind me. It shouldn't have been possible. And all the people on it, they're missing. I've never been able to find any leads as to what happened to them. We didn't have drift travel at the time. It doesn't make any sense that they should have been able to do that. But if you could access the memories of people who were on board that ship, we might be able to find them. Might be able to rescue them and perhaps even the station itself.
She nods, slowly, considering. Yes, if it has existed, and these people do exist, then yes, given effort, I would be able to extract some sliver of information. Although, I will tell you, there are considerations. As you have seen, if I stretch too far, I will lose more of myself. I will most certainly try and help you, but there is a limit to what I can achieve.
Asriel looks troubled at that last sentence. He says, I wouldn't ask you to sacrifice more of yourself than you already have, but well, I will help you as much as I am able to, in any capacity, to find this nexus point, regardless of what you'd be able to use it for, but my family, the people I trained and served with are on that station, and if I could find them, if I could be more use to Zachriel by retrieving the saint and martyr, it would mean everything to me. I mean, as you've seen, I'm not much of a physical combatant.
Your power is more in your mind, but I have seen it in use, and, well, my intention to show you what I am here for is not just trust, but if we are to achieve something greater than we can do ourselves, we must know one another. I feel that I must trust you as you must trust me if we are to get something done.
He nods, looking very contemplative.
I feel I have given you a lot to think about. I will say that I am, for all intents and purposes, an outsider, so to speak. I have not grew up with you. However, I know that you are close with Zachriel. If you wish to tell him of this conversation, I have no issue. However, I would not recommend to tell anyone outside of our tight band here. It would not do well.
No, of course not. You're right. You have given me a lot to think about.
She smiles, and perhaps through Azriel's insightfulness, there's a tinge of sadness there too, as she bows herself in goodbye and turns to leave back to her room to rest, because while she wasn't tired before, she feels incredibly tired now, as if a heavy weight has been realized once again on her shoulders.
Azriel sort of like swivels back in the chair to face the front of the ship after she leaves, and does that thing like leaning the elbow on the side and chin in hand.
Yeah, like what the fuck just happened?
He just learned a lot. Just had a that was not a conversation he was ready for, but certainly he's humbled by. And of course, a little at the same time, his like tactical brain is trying to figure out how best to use this new information.
Yeah, not truth bombs being dropped everywhere. But yes, on to Endeavor, I believe.
Yeah, unless anyone else has other things.
No, let's go to Endeavor.
Let's do it.
All right, your trip is fairly uneventful. No Vesk patrols or pirate vessels approaching you. And eventually you can enter the orbit of Endeavor. From a distance, you can already see the thick fog clouds hanging over the entire, not exactly green planet. There's certainly a lot of vegetation, but it's not that nice green. It's more of a dingy sort of mold color, even from a distance. You can see
Seriously.
perhaps with a lot of imagination, you can imagine it as the paradise it was once, and perhaps once again shall be in the future. But right now, it's a hostile mess. That much is certain. Furga does contact you as you get close. He basically explains he was given a set of coordinates of the outpost he's supposed to deliver to. He, however, is pretty sure that you will have severe troubles landing your large ship there. Even his ship is gonna have troubles, he was told as much. There are riverbeds and such that more often than not tend to be not exactly dry, but at least not filled with water that can be used as a landing spot. However, it's going to be a bit of a situation. But he does get paid well for this, so he was more than happy to deal with that. If you two wanted to descend on the surface, he suggests you hop over to his ship and land with that. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult.
Oh, just leave ours in orbit.
I mean, it's
or-
difficult to
orbit.
get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why we need a backup crew, guys, so that we can have people in the ship when we're not.
Yeah. Well, the
Especially if
AI
it's
is backup for now, but we definitely do need some manned personnel at some point.
Yeah.
Where is this place compared to the coordinates of where this like swarm ship landed?
You don't have coordinates of where the swarm ship landed.
Well, shit.
Yeah.
Somewhere on planet.
Presumably, we're
Well,
landing
I
and
don't
not
think
swarm
there's anything bad.
infested.
Like getting down with him, like
Could
should
we
be
do a
fine.
scan for swarm life forms? Cheap.
You can scan for life forms.
Yeah.
Maybe the locals will know something. Let's go down and take a look and see what's
Yeah.
up.
Right.
Yeah. I think the idea of descending on the Vesk ship is probably for the best.
It also gives us the guys of
Yeah.
being with those guys.
Yeah.
As in like, oh, I've seen
It's
those
less.
guys with
It's
the
less
Vesk. It's fine.
alarming. Yeah.
And we'll be
Actually,
close to them if there's something happens.
Yeah. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, Imres and Sudden weren't able to give you coordinates of where the swarm supposedly crashed. An educated guess who might know would be Bidu, the governor. But
Let's ask him.
I don't know if that helps you.
Well, okay. Here's the thing, though. We need that guy to stay in power, at least the foreseeable future, right? So
I think that's his problem.
Well, no. It was because his son was like a much better leader, and he's pretty incompetent. So, like, our cause is actually served better by the incompetent guy being in charge.
We want the current governor to stay the current governor until we want to overthrow.
Until we overthrow him.
No,
Yeah.
Sacral doesn't believe that. That sounds wrong. The people should be governed by whoever is the kindest and best at making their daily lives as good as possible.
Yeah,
but
and that's not
us.
his son.
We'll see reason.
Yeah.
That's us. And to get us there is by letting that idiot stay on top.
Yeah. It's a necessary evil.
Let's land.
Yeah.
See
So perhaps
what the
dealing with
situation
this
is.
is
Like we
letting
don't know anything. We haven't
Yeah.
been to this planet. Like Sakral's never been to this planet in his like. Well, okay, maybe he has actually. Maybe he visited like on like an imperial like visit with some
Diplomatic
angel or something. He was taught about the planets, but he's not from here, and it's like many years ago, spent time. And it was probably not in this stage. It was like getting pretty nice actually.
Yeah, before everything.
Before the terraformers were dismantled.
Yeah.
We'll leave the ship in orbit and send a distress signal down to us if the ship's in danger.
Probably call for one of the little like shuttles if it requires.
Yeah.
But for now, let's go with the others.
Yeah, we can take a little shuttle over to the Vesk ship and descend with them.
Well, they can just dock. That's a thing.
If we do have a little shuttle, I wouldn't mind having one on the surface.
The closest thing your ship has to a shuttle would be escape pods.
Yeah, we've been over this one before.
I thought that was the other ship that had the escape. Yeah.
No, we've got escape pods. We're
we need to start building a fleet, guys.
Yeah, it has a lot of luxuries, but there's a lot of things it's missing as well.
So this won't do.
Okay,
cool. We'll dock with them. Switch over.
Hop over into the Vesk vessel, the big belly bulwark, as it's called. and descend into the atmosphere of Endeavor. It's a rough trip, especially with the front bit of the ship missing. It's not exactly the most aerodynamic vessel, has never been, and now even less so. With the heavy winds and troubled weather, making the trip exciting / nauseating if you're not used to that kind of bumpy landing maneuver. You do get to witness Fergus' leadership, his style of leadership, as he's one of the people similar to Captain Picard, I'd almost say, standing in the middle of the bridge despite the ship rocking around him, hands behind his back, calmly giving commands to the different Vesk as he observes the situation, weathering the storm. There's a bit of an issue as you descend, as while they do have coordinates and know where they're going, they have to improvise their landing spot. The warning that it might be very difficult for your large ship to land there proves to be very true, as you finally descend through the layer of thick clouds, entering into a nasty rainstorm. There's a lot of trees and vegetation, a lot of rivers, currently rather heavy with water. And the end result of that is that he pretty much decides to set down on top of a whole bunch of trees, as close as to the outpost as he can manage to actually get his supplies there. It's going to damage his ship. He is very much aware of that. But, he signed up for this and he'll see it through. The bumpy landing turns into a more or less bumpy crash landing, which is fine. It's a sturdy ship. It needs to be for jobs like this. And eventually, while you're landing is, it's more of a crash landing really, and the ship doesn't entirely sit entirely straight. You eventually do touch down properly. Heavy rains hitting against the bulkheads and such. Not the nice kind of rain, more of an acidic sort of thing, as he warns you. Your armor should protect you, however. The shipments, especially the more sensitive parts that might react with whatever is in the rain, will have to be covered as they're transported. But perhaps it might be a best idea to make contact first before trying to somehow get all his wares to the outpost.
Yeah.
Sacriel wondered for a minute, like, what people are building here. Like, if they're building terraformers, God bless, but shouldn't have dismantled them to begin with. This is horrible.
Or what are they building that they don't have a designated landing spot for their materials? Like, they're in a rush here, clearly.
When you get here, just crash in the forest.
Yeah, like,
huh.
Yeah, it feels like that they're not. This isn't like
why they wanted to bring us now.
It's yet another sign that this is something that's not exactly above board.
Yeah, off the books.
Willing
yeah.
to bring us. So.
Yeah.
Well, but we
I'm
helped
very
them.
curious.
So.
Maybe we're added security. Maybe she's a little nervous about the whole situation.
Yeah.
You could give me a sense motive.
Oh. You know what? I think Sacriel wonders. So.
Azriel will sort of make a little judgment and then sort of whisper over to Zacriel his opinion and let him add his expertise die to that. +2. Plus 7.
20.
22.
22. Oh.
22. While he doesn't outwardly show it through his gestures, Captain Forger, that is, it does seem as if he's a bit nervous, sort of rocking from side to side, perhaps glancing at the different monitors he can see more often than he needs to. It certainly doesn't seem like this is a very professional official mission he's on.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
More allies.
Sacriel gets a little excited by this revelation. Like, he takes things pretty easily, but when he sort of begins to feel that something's up, he begins to he's been a fighter pilot for years. He doesn't mind the bumpy landing. He's been flying like small, shoddy fighters escorting stuff like through atmosphere, such, and he has this. His body's ready for action. Basically, adrenaline begins moving. He gets sort of a little more awake, like gets a little pumped up by the feeling that something's going to happen. Alert.
I think XK probably watching Zachriel to see what to expect. He'll ask if we should prepare for contact, as he feels like we're probably expecting something.
Not yet, XK, but I think while we're on the planet, it's a good idea to expect something. As far as I understand, Endeavor is in a rough shape. Wildlife and such. There might also be critters from the swarm around.
She is like looking out of any window, possibly, like staring. His eyes are like glowing, and every now and then you can see like small blobs of light coming out, as if his armor is about to form. But then it like dissolves again. Standing like very straight behind Zachriel, clearly wanting to go out, but knowing.
When we get out here, let's spread out a bit and keep our eyes open.
Yeah.
The vest captain does turn around to you and says, "I'm not getting a response from the outpost. The beacon is still broadcasting its signal, and as far as I can tell from the scans at least, the outpost still exists. But getting no response is worrisome. I was told that there wouldn't be too many people available to help us unload, so perhaps they are simply busy. However," sort of pauses, "we should expect trouble.
Let's go take a look.
From what I can tell, there might be wildlife on this planet."
We all just sort of smile internally, like yes.
Azrael looks to Fergar and says, "I know it's normally unprofessional to ask this question, which is why I hadn't until now. But given that the situation, who's your employer? We should know who's hostile and who's not, who's friendly."
My employer, I only have a name and his credits, at least part of them. He paid for half of our profits up front and paid for the materials, which seems reasonable considering the difficulty in getting this here. His name, if I had to take a guess, sounds Shirin?
Very well. I'll share with you that we do have information that there may be swarm on the planet.
He pauses, gives you like this. Really? What the hell? I wasn't told this.
It's not confirmed. Just a rumor.
Big
So
planet.
it should be. Yeah. Be careful.
Well, I'm going
Been
to
hired by
assume
the
that
swarm.
we were, in fact, hired by Shirin and not by the swarm, which the alternative would be interesting.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
remember that
sure.
the Shirin are just a offshoot from the swarm that managed to get
exactly.
away from that hive.
I'm telling him that. I'm telling him that because like if he sees a swarm creature and then like doesn't quite identify it correctly, he's like, "Oh, that's my employer."
We go there and there's like a big hive mother thing, like, I require
Yeah.
cables for my eggs. We're like, oh fuck. So what are the profits? Yeah. No. Sakura Luganus says, given that we might be expecting trouble, perhaps it'll be better if we go ahead and looks at you. you're not combatants, all things considered.
You got your asses kicked by
You're in a rough
goblins,
state.
guys. Yeah.
I believe we should be able to have contact for radio.
I'm not going to say no to you
Well, you're
removing
offering
the
pay.
risk from this
Feel like you
mission.
should work a little for it.
He nods, turning our intended charity into a job. I can appreciate that. Very well then, if you're willing to do that, we will stay here and update you in the situation. We can tell you if the weather turns worse or if we get any message from our employer, but our help from here will be limited.
If you can scan life signs, see what's going on around. Do what you can. We'll contact you when we know something.
Suffice to say,
Yeah.
I have scanned for life signs, and there are many.
Well, that's something at least.
There we go. We got a man in the van. We got a goal. We got a crew. Let's do this.
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
Put on
Opening
your
the
raincoats. It's acid.
opening the doors. It's like you open the front door, and you're just blown back inside.
Everybody use XK as a windbreak.
Yeah, thank God for heavy armor.
Mhm.
You can copy your tokens.
Is there a map called Endeavor?
Copy a
There
token.
might be one.
I've
It
copied my
better be
token.
called Endeavor.
Best 23.
That's 23.
Best 23, we just flipped the table.
Not quitting.
The virtual table. We'll
Oh, I'm
all,
so tempted to rename the map now.
we'll all start up tabletop simulator so we can flip
Don't
it.
you do it.
No, there's a map called Endeavor.
I'm glad I stayed on.
The riot shall not begin today.
No.
No, today we begin the liberation of Endeavor. We endeavor to liberate.
I do not see the map sheep.
Like my
You
ancestors.
should.
My people before me. I have descended to this world.
Nope,
I
still
thought it
don't
was-
show.
Yeah. Thing, but,
Yeah. Just moon and space.
moon in space.
What? Oh, I've got a second map tool started. Hmm.
Hey sheep, we're on this one.
Well, some of the things I
Who
do.
are
in
these other
map tools-
players?
Some of the things
Yeah.
I do in map tools to improvise and make stuff have output in the chat.
Ah,
And I
yeah.
don't want you to get that. So I start second
Whoa,
map
no,
tool.
that's clever.
That is very clever. I
Can you
totally.
just drag and drop them across?
Pretty much, yeah.
Save them and then drop
I
them.
do everything I need in the other map tools, and then I just take the finished tokens, and you are none the wiser.
Oh, nice. There we go.
All
Nice.
right, maybe I should begin doing that. Just playing for the week.
You know, my secret is I don't actually prep anything. I just have the second map tool open where I quickly do things.
Usually, oh, I'm just gonna go get my pizza.
Yeah.
Someone do the recap.
My very, very janky solution to that when I was just first getting going was to put before I did stuff, I just put font color equals white, and then did those operations. So that still show up in the chat, but no one can see it.
No. I've been on
Just-
enough forums to know that in the chat box. Are you kidding me?
Just roll a thing over it, you can see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I used to do that to type secret
Yeah.
messages to people.
like don't highlight, don't highlight this.
I'm stuck on image 6 out of.
I'm on 8.
Oh,
I
there
see
we go.
like a tiny bit of river, and I'm choosing not to stand in the water.
Oh, there we go. Got it.
It's not too great.
I'll bring Lorelia over as well.
I have a lightning weapon. I don't want me to water.
Yeah, snap to
Now,
grid.
the water here, the water here is, shouldn't trust the
Yeah,
height.
the water is like knee deep, and the land isn't that much better. It's currently drenched and very soft, almost marsh-like.
Look at this
All the
map.
plants are bloated from the water that they've absorbed.
I was not a biologist. Think about that. I can appreciate.
Yeah, you're basically coming from the northeast here and going southwest. But I'm mostly showing this map to show you approximately what I imagine Endeavor in its current state to look like. Not like there's anything going to try to attack you or anything. That would be ridiculous.
No. The grid just came with the image.
Yeah,
It's
it
a
did
death.
actually.
I'm sure it's super friendly.
But yeah, one thing to note: vision is currently terrible. There's large breezes of just pure like slightly off-color rain. Looking further than 20 feet would require, gadgets that can actually do that. Vision
I've
is
got
not
my broad spectrum scanner.
something like that would certainly help.
I guess while following the coordinates, perhaps Sacriel had coordinates and is our navigator, and whichever direction he points in, Azrael is sort of
not a
looking
good
through the
navigator.
scan. No?
No.
Well, all right. I'll
No,
just
he does space
two-hand
navigation.
it.
Not like he, his training as the heir to the Empire never included map reading. Sadly, useful as that might be.
Yeah. All right. Well, in that case, I'll do it. Yeah. So he's kind of got in one hand the coordinates on like a little GPS thing to make sure we're going the right direction, and then the other got a little scanner on top of his gun, which he sort of looks through as he searches for things. So I guess I'll just use that to keep an eye out ahead in the direction that the coordinates are taking us.
Sure. We're missing a pyre here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still loading probably.
I'm still loading.
You're still loading.
Yeah.
Yeah, here being a native to Endeavor, would recognize the current state of where you're in to be just past the what would you call it? The water period.
Yeah.
Of the large mass of water circling around the planet, having just left the plants gorged with water that they seem unwilling to give up for as long as they can. Occasionally you step on like a flower or something and it just oozes like a
I
sponge.
don't step on the flowers.
Like a monsoon season then?
Pretty much, yeah.
So as I remember, it's a giant. Basically, the moon is very close, so the tide is like a flood.
Yeah, if the tide were to be here, likely you would have to swim. The trees sort of give you an indication of how high the water would be if the water were here, and it's quite something.
I do a life check compared to my memory state.
Area.
She asks if you can do a life science check to know a little more about, like what you could expect from the stage.
Oh yeah, certainly. Definitely. I'll even give you a say +5. I mean, you live here. Maybe you don't have exact memories about this place, but some of it always stays, right?
Well, you gotta kick me first. I disconnected.
Okay.
Fuck.
I have booted you. Maybe Manikai can roll the check for you, or you can hop on Manikai's computer really quick.
Well, I think he can take ownership of my token. I have a plus.
I can certainly bring it over.
I have a +6 life science. And then what did you say I had, Stu?
+5 for being native.
+11.
Oh, you
22.
22. You know a thing or two. Let's see. 22. What are the DCs? That would answer a very difficult question. So, what to expect? The time after the floods is generally one of the less dangerous times. The water generally chases big things away that hide in their holes and such. And with the water lower, any aquatic-based critters generally follow the water. So it's one of the better times to be around. On the other hand, there are also, of course, creatures that make good use of the time where most other things aren't usually around, which is the semi-aquatic ones. Looking at the area, it would probably be a good idea to stay out of the water, even if it's not deep. It's often used as a hiding place for things that are watching for other critters trying to make use of the short peacetime that comes and goes with the rains, or that comes with the going rains, rather, going flood. So to summarize my incoherent ramblings, just after the flood came is a good time to travel. However, there are the occasional critters that use the still remaining waters as a hiding place.
Here we'll relay this information. And like, we should get out of the water. There's critters here that hide in the waters, but otherwise, it is not a bad time of travel right now. We should get moving.
Good. Maybe some of the broadcasting and such has been knocked down by the amount of water in wherever we're going. I hope they're built for it.
Depending on who they are.
Then again, they ordered something from out of system. They must have been here for a while. So, let's go.
All right, yeah. Vision is still quite terrible. Keeping out of the water is actually fairly difficult. There's puddles everywhere. It's not as easy to tell where there's like a riverbed. It's pretty much everything is riverbed in one sense or another. But you can at least keep a closer eye on the waters around you. Azriel, you've got your scanner thingy. Can you give me a perception check?
I will indeed, and presumably I get to use it since
yes. You get to use it, and you get the privilege of actually making a check because you can see further.
Yeah, I get the broad spectrum kit. Use no other bonuses. Cool. 23.
23. Let's see.
Imagine it's got a similar sound to the sonic screwdriver because he's just sort of like pointing it ahead.
It doesn't work on wood though.
Damn it! Why are we on a planet that's full of nature?
Wood monsters, plant monsters, which I imagine would be on here.
We get ambushed by the tree ants.
Yeah.
Using your device as a way to look through the heavy rains and sort of ever-present off-color fog, you do spot a snake-like mass slowly making its way through the mud on this riverbed to you. It seems to have spotted you despite the rains, and you're fairly certain it doesn't want to greet you.
He does that thing where with your left hand you like have your elbow out and then pivots it so that the fist is like level with his head, like the stop, and then says contact straight ahead. One native.
All right. I think on Endeavor the protocol is don't expect to talk to whatever's here. After all, I think Sacriel's heard stories from here about what he used to do here.
Yeah.
See, you said you were keeping away from the water, so you'd be sort of here. I just want to get you away from the map edge.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you basically know that something big is approaching and presumably has hostile intentions, and you get 1 round of doing something. To Ezreal's perception, it seems like the creature has spotted you, but it doesn't think that you have spotted it, so it's still
Which
sneaking
direction?
up. It is right here. It
All
looks
right.
approximately like so.
Oh god.
Oh boy, look at that guy. Wow.
You have 1 round. Go. Tell me what you're doing right now. You got told that there's something approaching. Looking over
Here
there,
was
you
that-
can't really make it out through the rains. But
Yeah, he almost
Ezreal knows.
step in front of everyone.
Prepare to shoot it, I think.
Yep, Azriel will do a harrying covering fire shot at the creature.
Okay. Sure, you can do that. You basically get a surprise round because it
And it's
failed
free.
to sneak up on you.
Sounds good. Let's benefit whoever else is gonna. So yeah, I guess as his like the words that he used earlier will be his get him, and then he will pew give everyone an exact idea of where it is while also making the thing recoil.
Worth noting that due to the vision, you can make it out now that Ezreal has pointed it out, and it's probably going to rear up and show teeth. But anything beyond 20 feet has concealment, and anything beyond 40 feet has whatever is higher than concealment. I believe it's...
So it's 20% miss chance?
see, senses, no. Conditions? Where's concealment? Bonuses and penalties? No.
Yeah.
Penalties? No.
Combat
I
modifier.
should have written down
Combat
the...
modifiers, concealment.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Anything beyond 40 feet has total concealment unless you have a sense that doesn't care about the heavy, heavy rain and fog. You can still target something beyond the 40 feet, but it has a 50% miss chance. And anything beyond 20 feet has a 20% miss chance.
Well, with the get him, I suppose there's a bonus to next allied roll. You don't mind if I take that?
Yeah, up to you guys.
Because it's just within 40, so this will have a miss chance. But let's see if I hit first and foremost.
Yeah.
Can you move closer to it?
Also, roll initiative. We'll go for initiative in this. You just get a
I
surprise
could,
round.
but I don't want to.
Oh,
So I guess I'll try to. Oh no, that won't hit anyway.
Yeah, it's reacted first. We
13.
still need
13 hit. EAC.
13
Wow.
does not.
I'll
Pew! All right, well, everyone
So,
else gets +1.
Svelke here?
He's not.
No,
He's
his
got
internet's
internet
being-
problems.
Ooh.
Yeah. It's intermittent service, apparently, according to his ISP.
Ouch.
Oh, I had already rolled. I'd already.
Oh, my bad. He's still
Okay,
top of the
we'll play the surprise round and then we'll take a short break to see if Svelke can come back. Okay, Zachriel and Ezreal did a thing. Lorelia we'll wait for. So XK and Higher. Higher moved. You could still take a standard action.
I mean, I think I will like prepare action. Well, he'll attune for free, and then he'll prepare action so that when he sees it, he'll attack it. I guess.
It's within range.
Yeah,
Trying to lure it out.
I mean, yeah. Anyway.
it's got a delicious smell after.
Oh man, these creatures probably know.
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
Technically, not meat, but okay.
Looks like vegetables are back on the menu.
Fiber. Thank you very much.
XK will come and stand with her, yeah. And we'll prepare to engage the eel in melee.
Okay.
Then we get our actual turns, right? Because
Yeah, but
it hasn't rolled yet.
Eel needs to roll its initiative.
the eel did. It's just not shown. But basically, you can the people in front can barely make out the eel. You can see the outline of a massive snake-like creature with tiny arms and flippers, sort of illuminated from behind through a lightning strike nearby as it roars at you silently. And we'll take a 5-minute break to see if Valky manages to come.
All right.
Okay.
It'll go.
If nothing else, I'm looking at his spells, and the telekinetic projectile appears to be for free, and I would imagine there's plenty to use. So we could make an assumption that without spending Valky's resources, that Lorelia does that.
Yeah, I would probably agree. I think that's what he's been using.
Yeah.
Also, on a side note, this map I didn't make myself, obviously. It is an official Starfinder map from the flip maps, which I just changed the color of. I just want to once again point out that the art Starfinder offers is amazing. It's so good.
Yeah, I would definitely agree.
I also own all the Starfinder Society adventures, and oh boy, you're gonna see some of those pieces from those in the future, and I'm looking so forward to it.
Did you use one in the first session sheet? Because someone mentioned to me about a society thing that they had done. And I was like, wait a second, that sounds familiar.
The Gold Dragon portrait is from a society
cool.
adventure. I just saw that and was like, yes, I'm gonna use that. The best thing is, I saw that picture after I came up with the character, and I was like, yes, that's perfect.
Perfect. Yeah, done. No work required. That's cool. Okay, I'll be right back.
Oh, everybody has to run out of internet at some point. Okay. We're waiting just a minute longer to see if Valky's internet comes back. We'll be moving forward if Valky's internet is not back, and just hoping that it will be back soon.
Welcome back.
Now.
Thank you. No Valky?
Nope.
No.
Says that it's probably unlikely it won't get back. The problem living in the middle of nowhere, as Valky does.
Yeah, it's a shame.
I mean, he had to go to his brother's house to do a session once.
Yeah. We will keep Lorelia safe.
Yeah, it should be easy enough. But yeah, I think the telekinetic projectile, and I mean, he's got a pistol, but
It'd do about the same amount of damage, and
yeah.
might as well not use his resources if we don't have to. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's coming back.
Nope.
Shame.
All right.
Yep. Malachi and Eri? They should be back soon.
Yeah, in my head canon, something's going wrong with the Akashic record. Oh god. Which is actually kind of appropriate given what's happening to Valky's actual connection.
It's funny as well, because normally, at least with Jonas, normally loses connection when there's a storm. Valky seems to just lose connection randomly. His ISP seems quite crappy.
Back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Yeah, no work to be seen. We'll continue without him. Does anyone want to take charge of piloting his character?
I can.
Or at least identifying what would be good to do?
I did a spellcaster last time. I think I could maneuver the mystic.
Yeah.
Right. Well, he's got a surprise action, and he'll start the round, so he can do 2 rounds worth of things. Although the eel from his vision is more than 40 feet away, so he can't even target it.
So 40 feet has the miss chance, right? And it was 20 that
50%.
Anything past 20 has concealment. Anything up to 20 has concealment. Anything past 20 has total concealment. And anything past 40 is just you can't see it.
All right. Lorelia will move behind XK, and then like both hands raised in the air as 2 rocks will raise from either side, and then pelt the eel. She will use telekinetic projectile twice.
Okay.
It says 21 for 5 and 6 for 1.
Okay, you are in total concealment territory, so that's 2 D100s. You hit on a 50 and below.
Okay, 2 D100s, 79.
That is a miss.
48.
The second one would hit, however, the rocks bounce off this creature's leathery skin.
Well then, I guess I'm gonna have to use something else next time. At least it looked cool.
Yeah.
Poor Lorelia.
Last but not least, something I forgot but wanted to do. Hire, you could give me a free life science check to see if you know a thing or two about this creature in particular.
Yes.
Again, with the +5, because I think it makes sense. This is sort of your thing. This is one of the things like you would have attempted to fight.
20.
Let's see, 20.
Sorry. Red.
Identifying creatures. 20 is just enough, I believe. What's CR of this thing? Oh yeah, that's enough. You know that this is a marsh eel, one of the creatures that makes that attempts to benefit from the fact that other creatures know this to be a safe time, so it hunts during these times. It is semi-aquatic, can move in water just as well as on land. Does not have reach, which might be important. And the main feature it has are its eyes. They don't see through normal vision, they see through some other means. Perhaps it is infrared or whatever, the details don't matter. It is not affected by the rain, that's the main thing. And also, if you look into its eyes, you may find your mind wandering to the point where you're paralyzed. Luckily, the rain actually works in your favor here. Normally, you would already be in trouble looking at it. However, now you can get up to 20 feet of it and not be affected. But anything closer than 20 feet, and you'll run into danger of being paralyzed if you look at it.
Okay. Here will relay his information.
Uh-oh.
Very disconnected. Basically, to link the ability, except the range currently with the rain is not 60 feet, it is 15.
Okie dokie.
And if you have a sense that doesn't rely on sight, you're immune.
Right, good to know.
Yeah. I think there's only so much we can do about that. Ezreal is within 40 of it.
Would
So
be Lorelia's turn.
she went twice.
She did
supplies.
it twice. Okay, Ezreal.
Yeah. Ezreal, I am before XK31, which is where I like to be. So let's just, business as usual.
Yep,
There we go.
that's enough. Turns out if you're not aiming to actually damage the enemy, I don't think concealment actually does anything.
Yeah, I'm intentionally missing, like trying to force it to the ground by its reactions and whatnot. So
XK31.
I think I just want to go and engage it. Are you guys okay with that?
you've got a +3 to this, so you might as well.
Oh yeah, I'm doing it too.
I'll leave you room. I'll actually come in like so.
The water is difficult terrain.
Oh, is it?
Yes. And the tree, you can't stand on this tile.
That's fine. I'll come here.
This guy's just like tiptoeing on the shore.
Actually, I could have gone. I suppose I could have got there, which would give you room.
Cute.
Actually, walk up to it.
Nice.
Right. The
All right.
eel gets its go.
Oh, I haven't attacked. That was one attack.
Yeah.
One move.
All right.
Come now, man.
I'll allow it.
This is with a +3 hit. So
Generous GM.
20.
23.
You manage to hit the eel that attempts to dart to its side, but even with it trying to dodge and its leathery skin, you manage to connect, slashing into it. And it will go. It is visibly disappointed at being faced by something it can't eat.
Yeah. Haldemir, you have +2 AC against this attack.
Cool.
It's gonna test the waters to see how hard this thing is to hit. But it's quite the cunning predator.
Fucking Christ. What
32.
is that?
Jesus.
I believe hits.
What is that?
Teeth piercing the metal. And that hits high enough for you to be automatically grappled by its teeth. Or is it pinned even at this kind of attack?
Fucking rude. That's what it is.
Is that your KAC +13? It is exactly. Okay.
Wait, no, because I have a +2.
Oh
so
yeah,
that'd
okay.
be
Then
21.
you're not pinned, as you would have been otherwise.
God.
But you are grappled, which means you basically take a -2 to everything and you can't move.
That's not too bad. I'm right where I want to be.
Ouch.
Zachriel. What's Zachriel doing as the mountain eel has bitten itself into the metal of XK31, attempting to wrap itself around him?
Well, that sounds like a bad time to XK. He needs to get a clean shot, ideally. So we'll go so. It's full movement. Moving towards getting a clean shot, and he can still shoot with cover from XK, yeah?
Yeah, it is cover from XK, and he has concealment.
How far did I have to be affected by his eye things?
15.
Okay.
You're just at the sweet spot.
Okay. Fire! With a -1, I guess, because +1 and then -2 for cover. God damn.
No,
Well,
that's not going to do anything.
Crappy, right? I guess he's really too worried about XK there and the water.
Yeah.
There's a lot of water
All
both
the
under
rain,
you
like,
and in the rain,
reflects
yeah.
the lightning ray, like it means like arcing out.
Hiya.
Yeah.
Something we can do to maybe make Discord less taxing is to reduce the quality of the channel.
Yeah, I can do that.
I just did that.
Oh, you did? Okay.
We shouldn't really notice the difference, but Aries' computer might.
Yeah. Aries.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's still in 1 bar out of 3, so.
That's the server itself more than anything.
But he will run into and stab it with his spear.
All right. 15, however, is not enough. It is
It's
a
16?
sturdy predator. 16 is not enough either.
Ah, okay.
You're looking at a 19.
Okay. Oh, wow. Discord, why? My Discord actually just dropped there. I lost internet connection?
Oh,
All right.
Hello?
okay,
I changed
now
the
it works
server.
again.
I changed
Okay.
the server's location.
Oh, here you are.
So here
Okay.
is everybody.
Going to America.
Hello?
No, we're
Oh,
in
we're back.
Western Europe instead of Central Europe.
Oh, lovely.
It's a great place to be.
Mm-hmm.
Central Europe? Yeah.
All right. I will full attack this
Precious
thing.
numbers.
You are grappled. You cannot do
I
anything
can't.
that needs 2 hands.
Well, XK.
Full attack takes 2 hands. It's a
It's
one-handed
alright.
weapon.
Next
you-
turn it's gonna eat me, so you
If you have a weapon that only takes 1 hand, you can full attack.
Yeah, it's my longsword.
Yeah.
All right. I'll take.
It's even fun.
I'll take the net -1.
Giant intelligent robot using a longsword.
Does that
It's
include...
great. Yeah.
Oof.
Oh.
There's really a tech difference there.
Did you include the +1 from Get 'em?
Oh,
Yeah, and the -2 from the. Well, it's
Oh,
not
okay.
included, but yeah.
wow. Our rolls
Snicker
are...
snack. Yeah.
That's right.
Both those go wide.
Nothing I can do with a 1 and a 10. I need to roll slightly above average.
There is a tasty plant nearby, but it's already biting into this robot, which is protecting all the other food, so it's going to continue to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
In fact, it'll full attack.
Well,
Sure.
I mean, he is in his mouth, so I
Yeah.
guess
Yeah.
that.
Oh, also, XK, roll me a fortitude save, as you're definitely close enough to inevitably be affected
Oh.
I'm
by.
paralyzed.
Oh, paralyzed. Okay.
No.
Are you? Can you be affected by paralysis as a SRO?
Let me press the
His
button.
design is so excellent that they also made him able to be paralyzed.
Yeah, it's sensory overload, locking up your.
Huh.
Yeah, none of those
Oh, well.
apply. So
And yeah, it says
Ah,
living
paralyzed.
creatures, so it doesn't affect humanoids.
It's immune to death. No, so it's fine.
Death
Death.
effects,
I
yeah.
mean, death is a death effect, right?
It's true.
Yeah, it sure is.
I'm also immune to pregnancies.
Can't clone you. God damn it.
I mean, that's not incredibly impressive. Sacriel is too.
Anyway,
As far as I'm aware, though, at least common sense-wise, grappled and paralyzed don't stack. Because if you're not moving, also having you restrained,
what's he
I don't
gonna
think.
do? I mean,
It doesn't accomplish much.
Does it need any more bonuses, though? I feel like with a paralyzed foe in his mouth, it's going to be fine.
Yeah, paralyzed drops your dex modifier to -5, which I think is effectively -5 AC.
yep, it is.
So it'll full attack. So these will be at a -4 each for 12 and a 20.
12 misses. 20 hits.
14 piercing. It
Too bad I missed my shot.
also renews its grapple with the second attack, since it hits your KAC +3. +4 even. What's your current KAC? It would be 14, right?
Yeah.
Yes, then it renews its grapple.
There's 6 of them.
Zachriel.
Yeah, we'll move 10, 15.
Okay, you can shoot past XK.
From here, yeah?
Yeah.
And be okay. Good. Then we'll do that.
Still
No cover.
the concealment to deal with from the rain.
I need better rolls than this. No, that's probably goes wide.
Yeah. Haya, give me a fortitude save, as you too can see the marsh eel's eyes. And you are paralyzed.
Is it +2?
Muted.
Oh, jeez.
+2 still wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
+2 is not gonna do it.
13.
Ooh.
What did you have bonuses against again?
I have it right here.
Just for the record, even though I don't know if they apply.
It's called
Limited plant benefits. Saving throws against mind-affecting effects definitely applies, but the +2 is not gonna make a difference.
Against mind-affecting effects, paralysis, poison, polymorph, sleep, and stun effect.
Yeah, the bonus applies, but it's not gonna turn the
No,
tide.
No.
So you are paralyzed for 1 round. Basically, you skip your turn and then you're no longer paralyzed.
Okay.
Good turn.
So you're paralyzed
Nice
until the
round.
start of your next turn.
Oy.
Kill it.
You know what? Yeah, we're gonna do a mind thrust on this guy. That's a DC 13 will save for half.
Will save. Makes it.
All right, 6 damage. And Relia will go like this. And yeah. Then Azrael. Yeah. Not a whole lot of variety. Pew! Great,
Right.
so that'll protect XK a bit.
XK is no longer paralyzed.
I can act.
+3 to your attacks. Just fucking kill it.
Yeah.
Stab that motherfucker. Oh, sorry. Heal.
Full attack and a -1 penalty.
No, +1. There's a plus. Oh yeah, it's yeah.
+3, -4. Yeah.
-2.
-2 from the grapple.
Yeah. So
Or just
whatever. It will
Hit 'em.
be a +1 to these 2 rollers because I have the -4 attached. So 22 and a 15.
22 hits.
12 slashing damage.
Slash into the eel. It looks hurt. If there was a state like bloodied, it would be.
All the rest of us just miss.
Right. There's a paralyzed plant. It's gonna guard itself here. And bite at the delicious paralyzed plant person. 17 with the paralyzed, that does hit.
Yeah.
Actually, does no, it doesn't because covering fire.
-5.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
-5.
I believe I
Yeah, the covering fire does mean that it does not grapple higher, which it would have otherwise.
There we go.
So that's lucky.
how
As
much
it starts wrapping itself around, that's when the bolt kind of makes it think otherwise.
So 11 piercing damage from its sharp teeth, and it's no longer grappling XK because it has found a tastier target.
Oh.
Good.
There we go. No grapples.
It should die quicker.
Wait, didn't I get a bonus to grab against
Nah,
you?
it's just harder for Gorons to escape a grab by a creature that
escape.
fights it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if it gets here in its mouth, it's harder for him to escape.
So this yeah, really is a
really doesn't wanna
predator
let
prey
go.
situation.
It's the best.
Zachariel.
All right, it moved further away, so I will continue down here to stay just out of sight, out of line, and try to shoot it. Oh, that must hit, right? 25.
Concealment. On an 80 or below you hit.
He's in 20.
Yeah, it's still concealment.
Ah, okay, I thought it was.
Just not total concealment. Yeah, that's it.
5 electricity damage.
Zap.
And sadly, there's no other target. Well, maybe that's not sadly. Maybe that's. Yeah, it's him.
Haya is no longer paralyzed.
Yes, I will.
Grappled, you can't.
Not grappled.
Oh yeah? No, you're right.
It failed thanks to the covering fire.
Yeah.
I will try and stab. Cannot hit anything.
No,
Oy.
heavy
Ooh.
rains getting in your way.
Have that curse.
Aurelia.
Lorelia. Oh god, what will she do? I feel bad using all of Valky's spells, so I'm just gonna shoot it. But XK's in the way, isn't he?
Sure am.
Yep.
You can
Cover
shoot the
and
cover.
total concealment currently.
So we'll go over here. It's 20 feet. That brings it within 30. Yeah, so it should be able to shoot. If I go over here. There we go.
Yeah, if
Now
you go there, then it's just concealment, not total concealment.
Yep, and no cover, so we will take out the azimuth laser pistol. There's a +1 from get him. 17 for 4 fire damage.
That should be EAC, right?
Should be EAC, yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
In that case, it hits.
nice. So 4 fire damage.
Concealment.
Oh yeah,
Oh, right.
concealment.
That
80 or
20%
below is
chance.
hit.
Okay. D176.
Yes.
Pew!
Hooray!
Leaving a
Yeah.
tiny scorch mark on the eel's green leathery skin.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the concealment, there really is nothing better I can do than to just keep providing cover for you guys.
Yes.
Here we go.
As you
Success.
XK.
Smack him!
Full attack! Alright, one again. Definitely.
24 hits.
Now it'd be 27 and 11.
Yep.
Plus 3.
The second one would only be a 9 because the +2 is only for the next attack roll.
Ah, you're right, yeah.
But 9 or 11 doesn't make a difference. It doesn't hit.
Yeah.
Right. Well, now there's a tree and a robot in the way in front of his meal, so he'll attack the robot again.
Fucking bring it!
the goal
Protect
to
the tree.
grapple you.
Explode!
28.
Oh god, yeah.
Harry, explode!
That's 6 over.
Yes, you are grappled again.
Oof.
Just mine's.
We better kill it this turn. Or this
Exactly.
round.
See what we can do. Okay.
Yeah.
Containment. 80 or below.
Gotta just try to. Nope.
No. Shot goes wide. Just a breeze of heavy rain punching into Zachriel.
Need like a line or explode weapon.
Oh man, I wish you could explode.
But yeah, I'd probably die from it right now.
I mean, if you could move just 2 down to the other end of that tree.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
just
can't.
move south.
Another tree there.
See?
Yeah, go around the
Move
tree and
the-
explode.
over here, and then like boom.
Yeah,
You live here. You know this place.
you could even go around and then explode and use the tree to keep XK safe.
Okay.
Yeah, you can move through the square.
Oh, I
Just
can.
not this one. Yeah.
Well, then I guess. Explode. I believe it is. Huh.
Fire bursting from you,
Yeah.
creating a cloud of steam.
You know what I hate?
Having my shit on my tablet. It's so hard to look shit up.
1d6 plus 1d6 per Solarian level.
So for
So 4d6.
thing.
It's a lot of d6s.
And it's DC something reflex?
Reflex for half.
We need a macro for that.
12 for half.
It's a very dodgy eel.
Okay.
There must be one on Barnabas. You can.
Boom.
Takes 6. It gets scorched. Doesn't like what's happening.
Unhappy eel.
Yeah. It really wants to go home with a meal though.
Yeah, well, its eel baby's gonna have to live without.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna have
Be
to live
lucky if he
without
gets
its
to
own
go
meal.
home at all.
Eh.
We're really doing selection for eels that don't attack people.
Natural selection for not trying to eat robots.
Lorelia.
Fucking rocket it.
Yeah, the rock's not really doing anything. I'm just
Shoot it in
gonna
its
keep
dumb face.
firing on it. Yep. +1. Bam.
The laser
15
pistol
versus-
is better in every way.
15 misses.
Such is
Ezreal.
life.
Kill it.
Yeah. Come on.
We're
Nope.
doing it.
Alright.
Okay, XK.
A
Plus
+1
one.
on these. No.
Both misses. The teeth will once again descend upon you.
Miss,
Okay,
miss,
we'll remember you.
Probably going down.
No.
But it's alright. I've got
Always a
Die
strong one.
Hard.
Sorry, mate. Tried to give you an AC bonus.
Yeah, it'll full attack. You've
No.
proven to be a nuisance. So these will be at a -4 for a that's a
Miss?
17.
Miss.
There's no covering fire. Your KAC currently is 17 because you grappled.
Yes, you are right, yeah.
So
No.
XK goes down. This being a full attack, it can't really change target.
Mhm.
It's gonna bite you again. 20.
Oh, the humanity.
I think I'd do a death roll.
No, you just
Let's
take the damage, I
see.
think.
How does this work?
I think it's once you take a certain amount of
Injury
damage.
and death. You are dying. You immediately fall unconscious and can take no actions. Taking damage while dying. While dying, if you have any stamina points, any damage you take still reduces those first. The first time each round you take hit point damage, whether from an attack or from continuous attacks such as a bleed effect, you lose 1 resolve point.
Alright, I lose a resolve point.
Is there any ruling for like, can you just straight up kill someone?
Yep.
If he does
It's
damage
greater
in
than
a
half.
single hit that is greater than
half your maximum hit points, but less than your max. Oh no, that's
no, if he deals hit point damage greater than half your maximum hit points, but less than your maximum, you lose 2 RP. If he ever does more damage than your maximum hit points in one blow, so 23, you would die instantly.
Yep.
12 is actually more than half of 23, so that would be 2 resolve points.
Yep.
He just eats.
And that'll be his turn.
What a rude boy.
Indeed.
I'm gonna shoot him because he can go for me next. So, no, I'm not gonna shoot him.
No.
I'm gonna make a little bit more distance here. Just gonna.
Here will scream, hearing more so than seeing probably. XK turn down, and he will stab it. And not miss this time. Well, no, maybe he'll miss.
That's right.
10 is not enough. Lorelia.
Now, I remember Lorelia had something to mend machines, but I cannot see it on Valky's macros anywhere.
It's
But-
it's Mystic Cure. That's what it is. But
Didn't
will
he have something specifically for robots?
not for
Like-
specifically robots. It's for basically it's just that it says creature. It doesn't say like humanoid or person. So that is Mystic
Right.
Cure. But I
Okay,
will get
well-
up this round, and I
Just
will be
shoot
in the
it.
fight. I do have Die Hard, so
Everyone who has laser pistols, just shoot it. It's almost dead.
Okay.
I
Alright.
will be back up.
All right, if that's what you say, all right, let's do this. Actually, you know what? Let's full attack. Let's just try and crit for the first one.
Nice.
And,
The thing with Valky stuff, Mystic Cure targets one living creature.
yeah, he had something else. He
that-
used it in the first session.
He has his Mystic class ability.
Yeah, I just don't see it anywhere on
I don't know
his
that one.
on his thing, and I don't have his character sheet. So
It is his
Healing
healing
touch?
touch, which is can spend 10 minutes to magically
Oh,
heal.
okay.
So it's,
Yeah.
it's
okay, we'll do
that's what it
that.
is.
We'll do that after the combat.
Yep.
SROs,
Okay.
SROs count as living creatures for the purposes of healing magic.
Yes,
But it
that was
counts
my
as
point. It
half.
says living creature, not
Yeah.
not living humanoid or whatever.
Well, it does.
But yeah, that is a crit. Roll concealment though. 80 or below is a hit.
Oh no!
Okay.
Don't miss.
Come
Don't
on.
burn, don't burn.
Yes. And then 13 versus the AC for yay!
Is dead.
Also, just to
Oh,
clarify about the SRO and healing effects that work on living creatures, the hit point values are halved.
Ah, okay.
So no matter it would be
Hard nerf.
half of it. I will.
in either case.
I mean, I can get up. I was going to.
I mean,
Anyway.
you might as well save your resolve and let Lorelia
You'd have to
bring your
heal.
HP up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, the Mystic. That's 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That's the only problem with that.
It's pretty bad. Do you don't come back at full HP though when you use resolve point, right?
No, it's 1 hit point.
Might as well just do
So
both then.
yeah, it's worth it to spend the 10 minutes. Like, what's the chance
Yeah.
of 2 of these things? Like, they're not pack hunters, are they?
Well, the rest
I
of
wouldn't
us
think
can-
so. They are lone predators.
Yeah.
We can square up and keep a lookout anyway. Just cover
The
Lorelia
shelter
while
from
she
by the tree, you know, like.
yeah. Scan her out.
Take a 10-minute rest. Let XK spend some get some healing, 15 healing, and then spend some.
Yeah. Get max
Resolve for
stamina
stamina,
and
yeah.
16 hit points. That's not bad.
Presuming
We don't know what we're gonna find in this place.
Lorelia uses a cantrip to stabilize him, so I don't have to.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Stabilize. There we go. Yeah. So
All right. So long as we
yourself
get
up to
those.
max stamina and 16 HP.
Presuming we get 10 minutes uninterrupted.
You can attempt to take 10 minutes.
We do so. Keeping a vigilant watch.
Give me a d20.
Okay. 9.
You take your 10 minutes.
All right.
You need to spend a thing to restore stamina, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Spend a resolve point.
Yep.
All right.
A little shocked about this. Just like breathing and like, oh, God.
Mm.
I imagine it's not the first time this has happened. And once XK regains consciousness after the 10 minutes, he'll stand up and will say, the experience never improves. So he'll like shake his legs and back to get water off.
Yeah, like shakes his head and is like, I have memories of hunting, but I will do better next time.
So right,
You
you
did
told us
well.
what this was, so we could keep a distance.
Hmm.
It by itself is rather useful.
He'll put a hand on Yar's shoulder and will say, the fault was in mine as well. We both failed to hit the slippery thing. Do not put all blame upon yourself.
Don't take any blame whatsoever. You all fought well and valiantly. It's dead. We're not. You can never. You can see everything perfectly once the battle is done. When you're in the heat of it, there's no time for such reflection. So long as you stay alive, everything else is secondary.
XK will nod in agreement.
He was like looking at his body, disbelief, remembering in his past down of these, and now barely to face it yet. And
Well,
yes, sure. Yeah.
granted, I am not an expert in the ecology and about these living creatures that reside here, but it seemed like a natural predator and you defeated it, so that's all that matters.
So keep moving.
What was that, Ari?
Let's keep moving.
Yes.
Oh, the spot. After all.
Yeah. You follow the GPS.
Yes.
You follow. All right, through the heavy rains. Give me another d20.
Oh.
All right. After a few minutes of walking around, the rain clears up a bit. It's still raining, although it's more of a drizzle at this point. After a good few minutes of dredging through the swampy floor, you spot a structure ahead. To use a term that your characters wouldn't really understand, but you do, it looks a bit like an oil rig, sort of a metallic structure sitting on top of very large metallic sort of pontoons, presumably to make it float whenever this area gets flooded. It looks old and decrepit. From the looks of it, perhaps abandoned. It certainly has seen better days. A lot of rust. Some of the outside partly falling apart. But as far as you can tell, this is where you're supposed to go. I'll actually move you because I can give you something to look at. But in usual tabletop logic, you were moving southwest, and you suddenly approach from the south because that's how the map works. Do something like this. Yeah, it should do. The rain has cleared up. Vision comes a bit easier. Let's see if I break anything. No.
These maps are gorgeous.
This one is
they're pretty great.
This one is a Frankenstein construction of so many maps.
I approve.
I mean, the planet is stop, so.
Both Zachriel and Azriel could give me I think a physical science would work.
I don't know that I have that.
I cannot.
Nope. Don't have it, so can't check it.
All right. If you don't have it, then you don't have it. Haya would definitely realize that this sort of construction style isn't exactly one that native Gorons would employ.
Can I see if it's of like ASIN
Sure.
structure?
That would be physical science, I think, is most appropriate.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't think I'm qualified for that.
Or perhaps you can argue for a different skill. Maybe engineering?
Yeah,
That
could
actually
we
seems
use
reasonable.
engineering?
Could I use culture? I mean, if it's made from Aza, I would recognize the materials if nothing else.
Culture works. Sure. Let's do culture and engineering. I'll give you different bits per skill.
I will take engineering.
Culture.
I will look at it puzzled.
My engineering kit.
I was not left
18.
any memories of this. As I remember it, they used to be made off of wood.
Yeah, it's as far as Haya is concerned, this she doesn't remember this. This must be a fairly new thing. Well, new, all things considered. From the looks of it, it is fairly old at this point. Has been here for a while. Both Azrael and Zachriel can agree that this does seem to be Asian construction, although at this point it is old and has likely been fixed by many different people. Perhaps as sort of a forward operating base, perhaps housing terraforming equipment, perhaps just a military outpost of some sort. Definitely some sort of fortified position in the hostile fauna of Endeavor. Zachary would definitely realize this as something that was likely built near the, well, what are the words here? Just before the Vesk invasion, a cutting-edge project at the time, perhaps. Azrael would be able to confirm, yet this is a floating structure. It's likely anchored somewhere, so it just floats up and down, being unaffected by the floods, and a very sturdy construction at this. If it weren't for the fact that it seems to be broken in many places. So while yes, it floats up and down, no, it's not safe in its current state.
And it looks like pre-invasion technology, or
Yeah.
pre-invasion setup. Okay.
Not built by the Vesk, for sure.
Yeah,
you
definitely.
could also give me a perception check as you're approaching it.
Imagine that with the scanner apply.
What does the scanner do again exactly?
It gives me a +4 to perception checks to search for things. And it's definitely something I would use from the outside, like scanning in.
I'll let you use it if you tell me what specifically you're searching for.
It's life science, also like structural hazards. It's sort of like an all-purpose.
Pick one of those.
Let's say we're going to look for structural faults,
Okay.
or things that to do with the actual construction and that may have deteriorated over time.
Okay.
24.
Sure. 24. Looking at it, it seems multiple of the sort of pontoons, I think is the word, the balloons that make this whole structure float on top of the water,
Mhm.
have sprung leaks, which means that if this place gets flooded, this thing is going to float, probably, but not as high as it should, and is likely going to get completely flooded.
Right.
From the looks of it, it has done so many times in the past.
Mm.
It makes it somewhat difficult to use as a permanent base.
Mhm.
You can also see that there has been presumably activity, as there are signs of someone attempting, being in the process of attempting to repair some of these things.
Okay.
Recently, that too.
Which we
Yeah,
should
you sort of.
investigate.
Mhm.
Knock, knock.
Yeah, these stairs sort of reach the ground sort of barely. They're a bit in the style of fire escapes. They can be extended and retracted to suit whatever height.
Mhm.
She will like put his hand up on XK's shoulder. Like, if we do move, maybe I should go first.
He looks down and.
It doesn't look very sturdy. I can use my spear to try and knock on the bridge before I walk there.
Does have a point, XK. It's not particularly sturdy. Points out a few of the faults to XK.
He'll shrug.
Is there a door here, Sheep, or is it just like...
That's just a stair on top onto a catwalk of sorts.
Yeah.
One sec, I'll reveal more in a second.
Perhaps we should simply announce our presence.
Oh, he will announce his presence, but in Goron. Is there anyone here?
You shout above the drizzle and don't get a response for a little while. But looking around, XK is pretty tall. You can probably look onto the structure that's currently resting on
He's
the
like
floor.
11 foot tall. So.
That's just enough.
It's like 3 meters off the ground.
The camera goes to like the floor of this level, and you just see XK's little eyes peeking over the
Hello.
coming from below.
Looking sort of this way, this building here, these windows are like heavy reinforced windows. Very, very grimy and hard to look through, especially in the rain. But he's pretty sure that after Haya shouted something, X-Ray saw some eyes peeking out. Distinctly insectoid eyes.
Oh, great.
XK will do the normal, loud and clear battlefield contact, drawing his sword and stepping towards these steps. Are these like the same as here?
Yep.
It may not be hostile, XK. It's simply
Sacriel will yell out, "Hello,
Yeah.
we're here with building materials. Is anyone
Ascend.
here?"
Yeah, stop there.
Azrael repeats in Celestial.
Right. Stepping onto the platform, you get to see more.
Sacriel doesn't swarm.
Including
Good
a
grief.
Neat.
Used to be
triplet
really
of Shirin in this room. One of them currently hurrying outside.
Well, I'm moving.
Sure does look like it.
Now, Chishkas looks different.
He does.
As one of the Shirin will step outside, and in the sort of almost raspy mandibles screeching against each other version of Vesk in this case. Actually, in what
Sure.
language did you shout out?
Common.
Common. Okay, then he'll respond in common. In fact, say, "Oh, you're here. Marvelous, marvelous. I believe I hired Vesk, but if you have what I need, I don't mind."
They ran into some trouble. We helped them get here. They offered us a bit of their pay in return for our assistance. They got no response on the radio, so we decided to come investigate before bringing them on.
Yeah, the storm has done a number on our communications equipment here. It's not exactly in great condition, hence all the materials we need. Although, to be fair, we didn't order replacement materials for our comms, which we are going to have to order in the next batch, I suppose. Now, if you're already here, then do I have work for you if you would like to earn more pay? I'm in dire need of hands, as it were. We are only free, and we hired the Vesk only to bring our shipment here. But we could use people to actually turn those supplies into actual repair work.
What exactly are you doing here? This place appears to be of local make.
Oh yes, we didn't build it. It's a bit of a fixer-upper. You're right, but it should be rather sturdy once we're done.
What are you planning to do with it? Live here?
You could say so.
Raise an eyebrow.
It's a secluded place and an interesting place.
Certainly.
Give me a sense motive.
I will whisper in Zachriel's ear again.
I'm gonna try it because I can.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make my own sense motive check.
He seems like a great guy.
So great.
Yeah. 23.
All right. Both of you get the feeling that this guy is not entirely. He might not know what the definition of common sense is. A mad explorer, perhaps, adventurer of some sort. Asriel is entirely sure that he is quite intentionally avoiding telling you the reason why he's here. Not so much.
I didn't need a skill check for that, cheat.
Yeah, absolutely. But it seems more like it's politeness on his part. Like you're here because you want to help and you can earn pay, but he's politely telling you, "I'm not going to tell you why I'm here."
So, Zachriel, do you want to try diplomacy before I threaten this guy?
Yeah.
You can probably kneel here, start heating up behind you.
Apologies, Slacklack. He gave us his name, right?
He will have, yeah.
But we came a long way to be here, and it was not without significant difficulties. We were attacked by wildlife, and to bring all the stuff all the way over here is an undertaking. I know this may not be the way you usually work, but we're the kind of people who will put in the extra effort if we know it's for a good reason.
He responds telepathically, in fact, saying, "How much do I need to pay you to not ask questions?"
Zachriel thinks. Gives it genuine thought. And it's just well, I would be polite and say it's probably more than you're willing to.
Yeah, you can see his sort of antennae almost do the fly-like thing where flies rub their forearms together, sort of as if they are scheming. as he responds once again vocally, since you responded to its telepathy, saying things that the others have no context to, but can probably assume from it. Well then, I suppose you don't look like the kind of folk who would be associated with anyone who would oppose what I'm doing here. I'm not doing anything nefarious or anything. I'm a researcher. And there have been some events on Endeavor, other than, its current state, that have got my interest. I'm a biologist, not a xenobiologist, but a biologist. I don't care about aliens. I care about us, as in the Shirin kind. And perhaps you've heard the rumors that there has been swarm activity recently on this planet.
Yes, we have heard.
Which I am here to investigate. This is a unique opportunity in the sense that I believe that this group of swarm life forms are thoroughly disconnected from the hive mind, which is among the reasons why the Shirin exist. We might be witnessing the birth of a new subspecies of Shirin.
And you know where these swarm creatures are?
Not exactly, perhaps, but there's so many that at this point you just look around a bit and you'll probably run into some. They are, however, quite hostile, hence why we need a fortified position so we can not worry too much at night and such.
What of the locals? Have they had encounters?
I have not contacted any of the locals. I don't know how much help they would be. They are primitive tribal people, aren't they?
XK will tilt his head at this in confusion.
Sneers.
I would expect that any locals around these places would have been long displaced by the swarm activity.
Well, perhaps we can help each other out a bit. We would not see the locals harmed by this subspecies and would intervene in any measures that were being taken place to do so. However, if we were to then find some material, I don't see why we wouldn't bring back a sample for you.
A sample would be useful, I suppose. What would be more useful, however, would be to fix up this place.
So, let me turn your earlier question around then. How much are you willing to pay for this place to be fixed up?
No, standard fare
What's your
plus
budget?
hazard pay. My budget is, let's say, negotiable. I have good connections, which I'm willing to use for this endeavor, and have, in fact, used for endeavor. I would just like to request less questions, perhaps?
Why is that? Ashamed of your work?
Not ashamed, but the less you know, the less worry you might have at night.
I'd rather know, to be honest. I understand what you're doing here is highly legal to the local government. And yet I'm still here. So, if nothing else, that shows some trust.
Give me a diplomacy check.
Hang on.
Because playing with swarm creatures is not something that a Scarium would appreciate.
Oof.
Take the diplomacy. Trust me, Aaron.
+3.
Well, I
31.
suppose you have a point. There's a thing you could perhaps consider that would be beneficial for both of us. One, for you to help the locals, and two, to help me specifically. You see, I do believe that this cluster of the swarm is disconnected from the hive mind, but I do believe they are working to rectify. So we don't want them to rectify that.
obviously.
Could you repeat that, Sheep? I didn't quite hear. You're
The-
working directly for it?
The local swarm appears to be currently disconnected from the swarm hive mind. However, they are trying to fix that issue and reconnect with the hive mind, which would, of course, undo any evolution they have done in the meantime.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also another thing, which maybe a group of well-equipped people such as yours could take a look at. The swarm didn't just fly through space on their wings or whatever. They came here with a starship, of course, a swarm ship, as it were, which crashed. I believe it's still in reasonable condition. Part of my work here will be to try to gain access to said ship and perhaps repair it.
Repair it? For what purpose?
Why, to study it, of course.
Sheeran
like to
seemed
do a-
truthful about that.
Yeah, I'd like to do a bullshit detector, please.
Whenever someone say, of course, at the end of something, I don't trust them.
And you don't need to roll a sense motive to know that he's not telling you everything, but you don't think he's strictly lying.
All right, Sacriel will say, all right. I asked my questions. I suppose it's all you're willing to tell me. I'll go
Well-
call the Vesk, see if they can get things ready. And then he will leave the immediate area to go down and have a phone call. So he's
Turn
not
his back.
around. Or- Not decidedly. It just so happens that him calling makes him go away.
Azrael will look towards Slack.
Should I threaten now?
What?
Don't know.
I didn't understand what was said or whispered.
Harry?
Oh, I'm considering threatening him while Sacriel is gone.
He'll try to sweeten or he'll try to soften it. As he reaches for his data pad and says, you know, it really is unreasonable for us to be asking for so much information without providing any. So perhaps I'll share. He goes through his files and finds a picture of the swarm creature that we fought in the vents, and say, our curiosity is mainly stemmed by the fact that we recently encountered a swarm creature that had some differences to what we knew of them. And he'll sort of move forward and show the guy the data pad. He's like, did the hive that you've encountered resemble this at all?
He does take the data pad with obvious excitement as he chitters to himself, presumably in Sharon as he sort of zooms in and looks at the different bits of the creature and says, I don't recognize this creature, but that's not really a surprise. The swarm is a seldom researched topic, as researching it is very, very difficult, hence why this opportunity is so unique and needs to be approached with the utmost care. Most people, most Vesk, most Pact Worlders, most everyone would just come here and likely burn the entire planet to the ground to avoid the swarm from multiplying, which they have done very, very effectively. I, however, think that this is probably the safest opportunity any of us will ever get to get very, very close. I don't recognize this particular creature, but the swarm has a property that perhaps isn't widely known, which is they don't just reproduce, they adopt, in a sense, other creatures for their purposes, whatever they can make work. They take a biological template, as in some sort of creature, and adopt it into their hive mind.
Really?
It is likely that this creature was at some point something else and then has turned into a soldier of the swarm. Perhaps it had some property that the hive mind considered valuable.
That's very interesting information. Thank you. I mean, let me send you a copy. Maybe it'll be useful in the future.
I do like to think that I'm somewhat of an expert on any questions concerning the swarm, mostly because I am aware of the ethical dilemma in approaching the swarm, and hence my hesitation to tell people too much.
Well, I wouldn't call myself an expert, but I'm a hobbyist xenoseeker. I like to learn things as we go. The big wide universe out there.
Interest in other species such as the swarm is certainly important. However, in my case, you must realize that the Shiran were once part of the swarm.
Oh, naturally, yes. Regardless of your motive, interest in other creatures is something I can relate to. Here, let me what, just like airdrop it to him or something.
Sure, you can send it to him.
Yeah,
And
there we go.
On the topic of adoption of other creature types, it is also part of the reason why I wish to repair that starship. It is, of course, not a mechanical thing, but it too was once a creature dwelling somewhere, perhaps in the drift or normal space, and was adopted by the swarm.
Yes, I've heard that their ships are biological. It's quite intriguing.
Their ships aren't just biological, they think as much as any of the swarm creatures can.
Yeah, this doesn't need to like completely go on, but he's appealing to this guy's sense of what am I trying to say here? I'm completely lost for words. I'm just engaging him with like friendly conversation, try and like let him, drop his guard a bit. Be like, hey, we're not just gonna just show up in your place and demand for answers. I can share things too, and we can build a relationship.
Yeah, give me both a life science and a diplomacy check.
I don't even know. I can do life science. Okay, so this one.
Can I take a?
Sorry, Ari, you cut out.
Can I take a life science as well?
Sure.
Okay, nothing for life science. Diplomacy, however.
Yeah, both of you can't really follow when he goes into the details that he says about the swarm, but they seem solid. He's not just making shit up.
Mm.
And yeah, he's totally into someone understanding how fascinating the swarm is. It's not just an enemy that threatens to eat everyone in the universe. It's also interesting.
Yeah. It's such a shame that people misunderstand them. Obviously we have to contain them. While we're at it, we can study them.
Well, if you just understood the motivations, then you could do a lot with that, yeah.
Maybe even work with them. Like, who knows what the possibilities are. Just have to be open-minded.
Exactly. The technology is amazing, really.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, with a 32 in a diplomacy check, Azrael gets a certain sense. He does open up a bit. He gets a certain sense that this guy is sort of pro-swarm.
Oh.
Like, he's a bit too far into admiring the whole science behind what they are doing.
Yeah.
Like, he's not someone who wants to have the entire universe be devoured, but sort of a swarm apologist or something.
Yeah.
They land and eat everything alive, but that's okay. That's just what they do, Maybe we could like learn to appreciate their cleansing.
He's doing that thing when you're like a good friend but has an opinion that you really disagree with, where okay, like I respect and understand where you're coming from, but here's this other thing to consider, coming from a place of broadening one's spectrum. from a place of respect,
And
not.
You know what? With that, you also while talking, you really get him talking. Like he's into this stuff for sure.
Yeah.
Azrael also
Billion
sort of
secrets.
gets him to admit that the whole Starship thing, he's not entirely just in it for the interest. He has some sort of ulterior motive where he stops himself fairly quickly and just switches topics.
Can I, like, depending on what he's going, like, Azrael will sort of play up a, like, real interest in the subject, like, especially to do with the ship. He finds it so cool, and then, like, his face kind of drops, and he's like, oh, wait, what was that? I was really,
Give me
like,
another diplomacy check if you try to convince him.
I was hanging on to that sentence. He's so interesting to listen to. I'm disappointed that he changed topics. Oh, it's 17.
Decent.
He basically does a little waving sort of gesture with his antenna and just says, "Oh, don't worry about it. It's just a fancy of mine. I just think that it's important for us, Shirin, to understand where we came from, and also where we could go."
Fair enough. Azrael looks disappointed. In a purely scientific way, of course. He likes learning things.
Can Sacriel call the Vesk and tell them, like, yeah, it's okay, they're here, their radio broke. Cool.
Sure.
Then he can begin returning to the other.
They acknowledge the fact. They ask whether they should try already unloading by themselves, or if you want to come back and help them somehow. They could probably make do. They've got like anti-gravity forklifts, which aren't going to work well in this environment, but they're gonna sort of work.
All right, sure. I mean, yeah, if they think they can do it, then it's not it's a long walk.
Well, they came here to do just that. They are reasonably well equipped, considering the circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
We only got attacked by
We're
one
not,
thing.
We're not great at carrying stuff.
Yeah.
Everyone comes back, looks at the others, see how they're doing.
Pretty sure that XK has gone into standby mode.
Sitting there.
He's just got like one blinking light on the side of his head on. Just slowly pulses.
Yeah. You probably come in midway through Azrael trying to butter this guy up.
The building materials are on the way. I suppose we'll stand by until they've been delivered, and then we'll talk about what to do about the swarm presence. We can't let them continue this way. It's threatening the local ecology, and the people who live here already have it hard enough.
Well, the issue sort of is that it's not threatening the local ecology, it's replacing the local ecology. At this point, a lot of time has passed since they first landed here. We are not talking about 10 helpless drones disconnected from the hive mind. We're talking about hundreds at this point, and there are various caves and whatever shelters they've looked for at this point. Some of the wildlife even is going to be integrated into that submind that they have formed for the moment, and if they continue to be the submind, they might get ambitions of their own. They might disintegrate completely from the lack of connection to the hive mind. However, if they reconnect to the hive mind, then this planet will truly be in trouble. So the best thing you could do if you are against the swarm would be to thwart their attempts at reconnecting and then just waiting to see what happens to all the drones left here.
I mean, we can't.
Is there a
can't risk
point to this mind?
Not currently. However, I do believe they are trying to create one.
Well, we can't have them reconnecting with the hive mind. We would lose all chance of collecting data from their current form.
He nods. Yes. Yeah. However, it is going to be difficult to uphold them. I have no trouble tracking down the position where they are constructing this hive relay, however you want to call it. I don't think the Swarm Science has a word for that sort of construction yet. I don't think anyone is aware that such a thing is possible to be built from just whatever they find on this planet. It's still going to be very difficult. We're talking about hundreds of swarm drones, hundreds of wildlife creatures that have been integrated. You look capable, however, it's going to be a difficult a difficult task even.
Well,
However, I do
sounds like-
think a two-pronged attack, in a sense, could work. It would be foolish to attack the swarm creatures as they are right now at their full strength. However, if we could track down that starship of theirs and use it for our own means, we could weaken them severely, and then we can march in there, destroy the hive relay, and leave again. I'm sorry, I'm just flooding you with information now. It feels rather.
No, it's good. It's good.
I think we could do that if you were
Yeah.
able to give us support. I mean, you came here intending to do this by yourself.
Oh yes, I did. That of course requires this place to be fortified to the point where this might just take up time. That's what I'm saying.
Well, perhaps we could do some reconnaissance while that's taking place.
You said you're willing to pay for it too. Any resources and support will be needed. Dealing with the swarm is not something anyone just does.
Oh, absolutely, I agree. It's people, the Vesk especially, underestimate the cunning of the swarm. The individual drones are practically mindless and even disconnected from the hive mind. However, they develop a cunning and intrinsic knowledge that is quite impressive, really. And not to mention their physical capabilities in the bodies they adopt and create, really.
Is there a chance that has there been tried if they can make a local hive mind? Is there a controller, a center for something that?
Or perhaps a queen.
Yeah.
Not a queen, but your instinct is not far off. As I'm saying, they're trying to build a sort of hive relay to connect to the hive mind. For the time being, I assume what keeps their network intact is their crashed starship.
All right.
If that could be conquered in a more permanent fashion and healed, perhaps its mind changed for our purposes, it would greatly weaken the swarm drones. They would not be incapable of defending themselves and the things they know to be valuable, but it would be a significant step in not only ruining their coordination, but also weakening them physically.
Sounds like that's the direction we need to be moving in.
It does.
Do you know where the ship is?
I have an idea. I don't know exactly where it is, but I can sort of feel it, you know?
Well, perhaps we
Perhaps
accompany you.
Would there be any chance at all, that by doing something to this ship, that we could promote individuality in the?
The
Perhaps.
best thing to promote individuality is to make it so the ship doesn't bind the drones to itself anymore. Then they would be lost for a while, but might eventually perhaps do the step to individuality. If you know the history of the show, which I don't expect you do, we too originated from a starship that was lost from the Hive Mind's fleet. A much, much, much larger ship than that. However, it's still very eerily similar.
And what was done there? The ship destroyed?
The ship, I believe, was in fact destroyed. It crash landed, and its mind was, well, squished on impact, leaving all the little lost drones wandering about until eventually those that survived figured out, hey, we can think for ourselves. And it's of course incredibly simplified. There were more things, important things. However, no outside influences. That's the important bit. The survival instincts of individual drones go to the point where if there's nothing to think for them, they will think for themselves, and that's how Sheeran happened.
All right.
If there's opportunity to free some more minds to think for themselves and learn about this current swarm, sort of gesturing towards Cyclac, trying to appeal to two very different frames of mind, then I'm sure we can all work together in this.
However, I do expect that 99% of the drones will simply perish, and the other 1% will have to fend off predators that the Sheeran back then did not have. It is unfortunately more likely that we will simply observe the beginning of something like the Sheeran and then also observe its premature end.
Well, perhaps this place could be somewhere that they could be protected, looked after, inspired by other Sheeran.
You would have to
Given
keep them imprisoned and force them to think for themselves. It would not be a pretty beginning. One that I would, quite frankly, rather avoid. I'm very much into observing the going-ons, but forcing them, that's another issue entirely.
Let us start by getting rid of the chance of them reconnecting.
I think we can all
Anything
agree that
else
that's the
is too
first
far
step.
in the future.
Yes.
Find and destroy the ship.
He nods, but as you mention destroying the ship, he sort of pauses, looking to Azrael. I do have an idea, not exactly to force a new evolution towards individuality, but something less hostile, perhaps.
Well, as long as we disrupt the signal, then
What does less hostile mean? What are you intending?
Give me a diplomacy check.
Azrael looks towards Cyclac, giving him like assuring, like, yeah, you know, this guy's good.
Sure, you can
assisting in the
assist.
diplomacy check. Yeah.
22.
Sure, like it's insectoid eyes. Take a good long moment to consider the situation before he says, if instead of removing the ship's mind, it could be replaced to something that is not connected to the hive mind but does think for itself, it would not only ensure the survival of all the drones connected to it, but also mean you'd have a step sort of between Sheeran and the swarm, one that can be reasoned with and potentially, well, be friendly in a sense.
But where would we find a mind that would be willing to do such a thing?
Conundrum, to be sure.
Perhaps one amongst us could be persuaded to do so.
Oh, you know exactly why I'm here then. Wouldn't you want to be a starship?
Because of, you know, what you're speaking of. If the Vesk learned of this, they would not ignore it as they are currently. Creating a second form, potentially at least,
would likely lack the capability of reproducing as rapidly and certainly does not have the psychic strength to prove to be a huge threat to anyone. However, it is to most sentient things with common sense who've experienced the swarm, a most blasphemous thought indeed.
But if there's an opportunity to provide individual thought and sustainable life, I think we have to.
Such a life
Morally.
form would have to defend itself against everything.
Such as most things. But those things also have parents, people to guide them, to look after them when they're small, in their infancy, help them become adults, creatures of their own individual thought. On a more complex scale, of course, but
I have said far too much already, although I'm pleasantly surprised at the apparent tolerance about my thoughts. However, what exactly is your investment in this? You arrived here because you helped the Vesk. I can see that, and you are at least partially interested in proper payment. But that hardly explains your support.
We need resources. Our task in this system is vast, and, well, to be honest, it is probably about as blasphemous as your own. In all truth,
true.
if we could make such a creation happen, a part of the swarm that was reasonable, that could be stopped from devouring the local Gorans, could be sheltered off somewhere to try to culturalize itself or make itself function in a reasonable way, we could perhaps in the future benefit from having such an ally.
If that is the case, perhaps we should get to the point, and I think you figured me out awfully fast. What exactly are you looking for?
We figured you out because we looked at what was there. I'll ask you then to look at what we are.
What do you see?
See a group of locals.
That's right.
I suppose that says a lot. Except for the robot who could be from anywhere, and I believe a witchbot you are? Sort of does the Sharon equivalent of a shrug, which is just once again rubbing antennae. Actually rather unsettling, perhaps.
Let us say this would be a much different conversation if Labor, gestures outside, were in the room with us presently.
Yeah, Sakharov, shucks. Like, at this point, this guy knows everything anyway.
Yeah.
Just step up and say, we intend to change the way things work in the system. We believe the Vesk are narrow-minded, that they have taken our cultures and they have reduced them to less than they are. We want to restore them to what they once were, or at least work towards that goal. Lofty as it is, in the event that we do well, we might be as hunted by the Vesk government here as you would be. We, however, do not think it's acceptable to sacrifice the locals here. But perhaps, long term, should we succeed, there might be a place somewhere in the system where a swarm creation could be, well, a swarm separation, perhaps even, could exist, allowing it to spend time to find individuality, freedom of thought, other such things in its own pace. However, such a thing would not be easy, as I'm sure you can understand.
Oh, I understand perfectly. Perhaps then I formally invite you to stay in my humble abode and perhaps hope that you help me fix it up for our purposes. A cooperation then. Perhaps not going all the way quite yet, but a start to feel each other out. We have just met like 10 minutes ago and are already sharing our deepest secrets.
It seems now that we could both make trouble for one another, though. So it looks as if your trouble perhaps is closer than ours.
Oh, very much so.
When you meet someone else who has the desire to create a world where all species are free to sense of being, purpose. So it glances over to Lorelia at this point. Like, you make it work.
Yes, I will inform you that I have been in, let's say, discussions with the local swarm submind. They definitely know of this place. I expect to encounter some trouble once I officially inform them of my intended betrayal.
You work for the swarm?
No, not exactly. However, I wanted to have the local submind believe that I was in fact assisting them, and then in the last, whenever the opportunity presents, sever their connection to the hive mind proper and do as I intended in taking over their starship. I don't, however, believe that this deception will hold with you present, so we'll have to change our plans. I do have to say I am looking forward to our cooperation, however. It does make things a little more certain, perhaps. My plan was rather
tenuous,
bold,
desperate.
All right, so it looks at says, let's get the materials here, fix up this place first.
One more quick thing before the Vesk show up. Not 100%, but we've been feeling out Captain Fulgar and his crew. Perhaps there is the opportunity for them to be motivated to join the cause, but for now, we'll keep them out of it. But
any sensible person
would... Asriel?
Say again?
I think Zekriel just gives him like a weird look, like, what? Okay, what?
Yeah. There's indications that they may not be super loyal, just in it for themselves, which could be taken advantage of.
Yeah. Zekriel doesn't think so, but he'll let
I do believe that any sensible creature of any sentient mind would want to have nothing to do with any of this happening here, except for people who are facing an opposition so great that they'll take even unlikely allies.
Well, keep it in mind. We're not going to be able to talk freely once they show up, so...
Oh, I do believe we will. Which he says telepathically.
Gives him a smile.
Everyone's telepathic, Sharon.
All right, and I think with that conversation I very much enjoyed, we'll end the session for tonight.
Making a second swarm to help us fight the Vesk. Yeah, okay. Bad for PR, but...
But if they're a reasonable swarm and they...
We've all seen that movie where the sharks are in the reef and like... We could defeat a lot of fake swarm attacks.
Make us look incredibly... you know, we need armies and forces.
We do. Beyond that, if you could make a swarm thing that doesn't eat Gorans but eats monsters here, that might be good for the Gorans. Which, you know, Might give them a chance to reproduce and such. It might make the Gorons safe because we don't want Gorons to be hurt.
Could be a whole new era for this planet.
Yeah, and then eventually we'll get them off it because we can't have like the paradise planet full of swarm. That doesn't really work.
No.
But we'll find a place. I mean, we have planets.
There's gotta be somewhere.
His intention doesn't seem to be so much to be like a new swarm. He wants to be a ship.
Mhm.
That
I mean,
could, of
that's
course,
cool.
be expanded upon, but that's his primary motivation.
He wants to be a ship.
It's a big ship and it has drones on it.
Be a ship.
You know, it's a giant. Yes, giant.
Guys,
bee.
I just made a natural 20 on a friendship check with a thing that's going to become a ship. Like that. This is great.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. He's you know, it's always that nagging sense of should be doing this, but you know what? Sacriel chooses to believe in the good
That's right.
in creatures.
You also, you can never go to war with the army that you want. You have to go to one you have. And so this is the opportunity we have.
As long as the Gorons don't come to harm.
Yeah. Well, that's the point, right? If they're able to be reasoned with, then
So we can't kill all of them. If we can make
No.
this guy take over the mine ship, then maybe he can be like,
Mhm.
"Don't kill Gorons, guys," and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, no, don't kill
Yeah.
Goron."
and if he doesn't, then we kill him. So,
Yeah, or were you like, Vesk, there's Sharon taking over Swarm, and then they fucking, I guess they stomp bomb the whole planet. So maybe not that, but you know.
Yeah. Man, I really didn't like this guy when we started the
Because he's a
conversation, so I don't know how to change my
He's a creepy
mind.
fucker. But
Yeah.
yeah, XP. What are we up to?
You do get XP.
Level.
Let's see.
Power.
I'm going to consider him defeated in combat because I think you resolved him,
Definitely resolved him.
Certainly.
which means you get.
Yeah, were we supposed to kill him? Is that the thought?
He
Yes,
is certainly
we just-
designed as
What-
an encounter.
How could we deal with the Swarm then?
Instead, he's going to potentially be one of our most powerful allies down the road.
You get 1,120 XP each.
Yes!
Putting us
One
to
time.
I don't think that's enough.
No, we were at 1,000. What? My token didn't update.
Let me see. I think that should be enough.
It should. We needed less than 1,000.
what are we at?
I'm trying. So we had.
The sheet doesn't
Tell
have
you in
it.
a second.
For some reason, I don't have what the XP from last time. So we had
669.
669.
So we have like 9,000.
Yeah, we were at 5,089 plus what we just got.
Oh, okay then.
So that's over 6. That's over 6,000.
That's over 6,000. That's a level.
5089. So that is
Yes, you should be level.
6,209.
Yep. One level up.
Yay! And then what is it? 10,000 to the next level?
Don't know. I think so.
6,209. Yeah. So we are level 4.
It
What
was
do we have total?
6,209.
6,209.
6,209. Okay. Level 4. Oh my god.
Yeah. My bonuses from harrying fire, they just doubled.
I think that's a combat feat or something like that.
Let's see.
Yep,
Manikai.
combat.
It's a combat feat.
Combat feat.
Combat feats for
I don't-
everyone.
One. Well, for soldiers anyway.
Yep.
Time to get
space.
some of that. I don't even know.
I was thinking of getting step up.
Oh, hell yeah.
Sure.
It's a bit situational, but when you need it or when you can use it, it's so good.
It's not situational. Everybody wants to leave.
I suppose from you, yeah.
They're cowards.
Hmm.
I don't know, I find frequently when you're the big guy, you just end up staying in the same place, trading blows with them.
Do we get like
Oh,
ability
nice.
points or something? Do we do is that now?
I think it's level 5
Nice.
that that happens.
Level 4, no. You get your first ability increase at level 5.
Yeah.
However, that might go up.
I do.
Level up. Ooh, I get my first archetype thing. The Skyfire Legion.
Nice.
Oh, no. Server's DC.
Oh, sorry. Did you want to do things still?
It's okay. I can open a different. I can,
It really.
I can leave the server running. I'm not going to go to bed
I like
anytime
being
soon.
in Never. Cool planet.
It is really
it is a cool planet. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind putting the server up, please.
Combat feats. They're so narrow.
Yeah, but I'm certainly trying to represent these planets as close to what you imagine them to be.
Going great so far.
Yeah.
Sheep.
This is
How do you feel about retraining?
No, I tried to connect to a server. Nice.
Oh.
Retraining. What and why?
Because I want a feat. Because I've taken a lot of combat feats with my non-combat feat slots, and I want to take a non-combat feat, but only have a combat feat slot now.
All
So
right.
I want to retrain a non-combat. Basically, I want to take one of my combat feats and use a combat feat slot for it, and then put a non-combat feat in a non.
So it's not a thematic reason. It's mostly just min-maxing.
Yes.
In that case, I would like to point you to the mnemonic editor, which for the low price of 500 credits, you can do that.
All right. I guess I'll think of that when I get to a place I can buy a.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever that is.
Mnemonic editor.
All right.
Oh, are you kidding?
Basically, my ruling on these things is if there's a thematic reason, something that propped up during session that makes you want to do things, like we did with Jacques Pierre and his power armor, then you can retrain as much as you like. But there is exactly an item that lets you do this. So if it's purely an optimization problem,
I just shouldn't have taken a feat that I took. So
the retraining does say usually it's permanent, but if you want to do it, there's this item. So I'm sticking to that. Perhaps, however, if you help Zlak achieve his goal here, his increased psychic potential will let you retrain.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? You also, as a ship, will not need any money anymore.
That's right.
That's true.
Or equipment.
Or the base.
Which can all be transferred to yours truly. He can pass literally all the things he owns, and he gets to be a swarm
you get
god.
to be a ship.
I mean, I would. I get him. I would be a swarm god, you know?
Yeah.
And like incorporate worlds into my magnificence and turn into like a hive mind thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
That seems like a fun thing. Sacriel wouldn't. But, you know, I get him.
Yeah, as far as you can tell, while his goal is ridiculous and ambitious, he doesn't want to consume worlds or become a huge swarm. He just wants to be a starship.
You know, I can respect that. You know what? Azrael's been tasked with building a fleet.
We'll make him into a starship and we'll ask a favor, and that favor will be destroy the dreadnought that's bombarding, like, our other friend planet.
I really hope we can get into some starship combats with like multiple ships and get like fleet versus fleet. That'd be cool. Or fleet versus dreadnought.
Fleet versus fleet definitely sounds cool. We'll probably do that once, but it's gonna take 4 hours, and there won't be much session left.
It'll be a session,
Yeah, that's
and
fair.
I'll just go home. I'll just not be there for that session.
That's the issue. If you're like a gunner, then every 10 minutes you just go like, okay, I roll like
I click a
80,
button.
20. Yeah.
Maybe there's a way of simplifying it, or like giving each person like a whole ship that lets you actually.
If
do
we
shit.
do extensive starship combat, it will be done in such a way that everyone has an entire ship with an entire crew. If you ever manage to collect more ships and more people.
Yeah.
Well, right now we just got our first one. Well, not yet, but potential.
Alright, so I've got step up. I won't get step up and strike for 2 more levels.
I mean, as someone whose like backstory is very naval themed and was named admiral of a fleet that doesn't exist, this is something that's a big priority for Azrael, is building a fleet that Zachriel can use to help reclaim the system. And this was a much bigger step today than I anticipated. So,
Well, you still have to
exciting.
actually help him accomplish his crazy plan.
Well, yeah, but still, just the thought of it, the fact that it's even in cards, was a revelation.
So now with Azrael's improved covering and suppressive fire, I will officially be able to do full attacks with a get 'em as well at a +10 to hit after all modifiers.
+10 to hit?
Yep.
Oh, after all modifiers. I was like, you're normal to hit, +10.
Yeah.
I'm currently
with the
power of
two PCs behind him.
Rolling a 1d8 +10 for every damage.
That is crazy.
Pretty good. There's certainly also dangers to being in melee.
Oh god, yeah.
As we discovered.
That's why I have Die Hard as a feat.
Certainly an intentional decision because, yes, melee is straight up better than ranged in most situations. So I'm gonna make my melee be more deadly, and you're gonna feel it.
It is deadly, it's just, that's what it is.
I mean, I've been doing like 4 damage when I can hit.
Thaddeus got hit like 4 times.
Guns suck. They just straight up suck.
Alright.
Alright, I am gonna close up the stream.
Let's just take the nimble moves.
Thanks for watching, everybody, and goodbye.